Dear participants, we are happy to welcome you to the 5th Regional Coordination Conference, mutually organized by the 2 regional coordination centers of Southeast Europe, SCC CC and SCC, with the support of ENTSO-E. As you're already aware, the conference is a digital online event where there will be 2 main sessions, morning and afternoon. In both sessions, through the platform, there are available poll questions on the right side of your screen that you are invited to vote. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to ask our speakers and panelists all the questions that you may counter on. At the end of each session, we will have the chance to see the results of the polls and comment your questions. I now give the floor to the organizers of the event, Yanis Kabouris, President and CEO of the SCC CC, and Duško Tubić, Director of SCC.
So, dear distinguished speakers, dear panelists, dear participants, welcome everybody and have a nice day. It's my pleasure to welcome you at this 5th Regional Coordination Conference that is mutually organized by SCC and SEleNe CC, actually the 2 coordination centers that serve Southeast Europe. Since this is a digital conference, I hope that the next one could be organized in a physical presence. Now we're running an interesting period that is driven actually by the clean energy package in order to establish the new provisions to increase security and ensure security in the continent and further facilitate the integration of the market. We have already started an exciting journey, but very challenging as well in all aspects. And let's start our conference and welcome again, and I wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you.
Okay. Dear colleagues, on behalf of SCC, I warmly welcome all speakers, panelists, and remote participants. Unfortunately, due to well-known reasons, this 5th Regional Coordination Conference is organized as web event. From Belgrade studio, together with our SEleNe friends, respected speakers and panelists, during the next few hours, we will try to present significant achievement in regional coordination and discuss challenges in this area of utmost interest of TSO, RCCs, producers, and other participants in electricity market. Again, welcome to all of you.
Thank you both, Mr. Yanis and Mr. Duško. And during the preparation of the event, we were happily surprised to witness the long-lasting collaboration among the European entities dealing with electricity, and especially among TSOs. On the beginning of the conference, we have 2 very important, high-level speeches by estimate questions on the TSO coordination in Europe and the prospect towards neutral electric power industry by Mr. Hans van Steen, Principal Advisor to the Deputy Director General in European Commission at the Directorate General for Energy, and the President of ENTSO-E and Chief International Officer at RTI, Hervé Lafay. Let's welcome Mr. Hans van Steen.
Yes, good morning.
Good morning.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you very well.
Very good. So good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you this morning. So I would like to thank, first of all, the organizers for inviting also the Commission to speak. And I think it's quite clear for us that really this conference comes at a really, really important moment. I mean, the current geopolitical tensions that we see in Europe, the war in Ukraine, and the energy challenges that we are currently facing, it's really hard to think of a better moment where we could focus our minds on how to rethink and reshape energy security in Europe. I haven't got a lot of time, so let's jump straight into it and maybe start by looking at the outlook for the coming winter. It's a very short term, and it's very clear that we are facing an unprecedented situation. We've had energy prices pushed up to levels which we've hardly seen before, and that has worsened an already tight supply situation for all types of energy, including electricity. In addition, many member states have had their gas supplies from Russia either partly or entirely cut off. And in the light of all that, already in March of this year, the EU leaders agreed that we need to phase out our dependence in Europe on Russian energy imports. We need to do that as soon as possible, and the Commission delivered on that by presenting in the middle of May this year the so-called Repower EU plan that I'm sure many of you are fully aware of. This plan aims to reduce our dependence on Russian fossil fuels by doing three things. First of all, to diversify our supplies by rolling out to a much larger scale renewable energy, and to be better at saving energy. And since then, the Commission has set in motion a collective and united response to the energy crisis aimed at increased gas savings and measures to be better prepared for the winter. We have put in place a common storage policy for gas to ensure that EU gas storages are filled to at least 80% by the 1st of November. That target has been achieved, and we are today quite much higher than that. We are at almost 95%, and this is very good in terms of resilience and security of supply, and it also helps to bring down gas prices. In addition, under the heading of Save Gas for a Safe Winter, we put in place legislation to reduce gas demand in member states by 15% between August this year and March next year, and we are well on the way to achieve that as well. But there's even more, because in the light of the gas prices that really spiraled out of control at the end of this summer, we've taken further action to address the electricity prices. On 14 September, we put forward an emergency proposal to address high energy prices that was adopted by the Council here in the EU in record time. And that introduces what we call a European-wide revenue cap for certain types of energy and electricity producers, so-called inframarginal producers. And it also introduces a solidarity contribution on exceptionally high profits generated from activities in oil, gas, and coal and refineries. And these revenues that are then collected by the member states can be redirected to the energy consumers that are really suffering from these high prices. Furthermore, on 18 November, we made another decisive step, and we proposed a new emergency regulation to address high gas prices in the EU and to ensure security of supply this winter. And this proposal builds on three key pillars. First of all, what we call demand aggregation and joint purchasing of gas. So basically the idea for the EU to go out and aggregate demand and purchase gas together. It also includes a complementary benchmark for LNG prices, as well as several provisions to increase solidarity and security of supply for all member states. There's also now a proposal to accelerate the deployment of renewables by simplifying permit granting, and all these proposals are based on Article 122 in the EU Treaty, which means these are things that can be adopted very, very quickly. And discussions are now ongoing, and there will be next week, again, a meeting of the energy ministers on the 24th of November. And it's very clear that there's a lot of focus on these very short-term emergency measures. And this is, I think, quite natural in the current situation. But of course, we should not forget that it is equally important to continue to improve the structures for energy coordination and cooperation in the EU and between the EU and its neighborhood. So we should really also focus on the more structural objectives of integrated energy markets. And I think equally important, our long-term objective to decarbonize the energy sector in line with the European Green Deal. And this really leads me to say a few words about what was also mentioned by the organizers at the very beginning, the application of the clean energy package in the EU and also in the energy community. We strongly support energy market reform in Southeast Europe in order to create open and competitive electricity markets in this region. And that's why we are looking forward to the December Energy Community Ministerial Meeting, where we should really extend the EU's electricity market regulation to the Western Balkan countries and also bridge the legislative gaps between EU member states and contracting parties of the energy community that belong to the Southeast Europe region. Even though it has been quite a few years since I last followed closely the work of the energy community, I understand that the next Ministerial Council is expected to adopt a decision on the ACER regulation, the electricity regulation and network code, and also guidelines, as well as amendments to last year's ministerial decisions on the electricity directive and the risk preparedness regulation. So quite an important agenda there, and they're really all key elements which are currently missing for the establishment of a truly integrated electricity market between the contracting parties and the neighboring EU member states. Once all this is in place, that would contribute, in our views, to increased system efficiency and increasing the share of renewables in the region, while we can at the same time decrease our dependency on fossil fuels, including from dominant natural gas exporters. And this is, of course, important both in the very short, but also in the medium to long term. It will also, in our view, mitigate the security of supply risks in the region and help to optimize the interconnections between the Western Balkan countries and the neighboring EU member states. Now, let me turn briefly to the key point of today's conference, the regional coordination centers. Again, in our view, these are key for regional cooperation and can help us reach short-term and long-term objectives on security of supply and energy efficiency. As you know, we are doing this as a stepwise approach. The concept of the regional coordination centers is embedded in the clean energy package and is really an evolution building on the experience of the regional security coordinators of the past. As many of you will know, it enhances the original concept by mandating a regional entity that can act independently from the interests of individual TSOs in the interest of the whole region. Also, it implies a number of safeguards, such as the possibility for regional operational centers to review the decision if the TSOs of the regions express concerns, or the possibility for TSOs to deviate from the parameters of the decision if they consider that implementing may compromise the safe operation of the system. Now, in our view, making this closer cooperation between TSOs a success story is really, really important. We therefore continue to count on your support to make this happen on the ground. I think the crisis that we are currently experiencing shows that external market manipulation can interfere with price formation. It can drive up electricity prices, and it can eventually undermine security of supply. And at times where the EU energy market is characterized by a lot of geopolitical uncertainty, the regional coordination centers, together with ENTSO-E, deliver the fundamental short-term adequacy analysis according to an agreed methodology and in a coordinated way. And the provision of this service enables us to be informed that a power system meets the expected supply requirements on a weekly basis. And in fact, since the beginning of the current crisis, there's weekly coordination and information sharing with ENTSO-E and also ENTSO-G has helped us to work closely on our security of supply outlook for the entire EU. Now, let me come to the conclusions. I think, especially against the background of the current crisis, there's a huge opportunity to foster TSO cooperation and to reinforce cross-border cooperation to avoid overall adequacy risks and supply disruption. The rules of physics and power flows do not stop at the borders. The full implementation of the clean energy package, including in the energy community, very importantly, will be a further step towards regulatory convergence and will help us meet the objective to strengthen energy cooperation with the Southeast region. So again, I welcome very much today's event as an occasion to discuss how enhanced cooperation between TSOs can boost EU security of supply, and I wish you all a successful and fruitful discussion. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Mr. Van Steen. Let's hear now Mr. Hervé Lafay.
Good morning, everybody. I am Hervé Lafay. I am the president of ENTSO-E, the Pan-European Association of Electricity Transmission System Operators. I'm particularly glad to be here with you today, even remotely, because this RCC conference is always a milestone in my agenda. I want firstly to thank, of course, Mrs. Simpson, Commissioner Simpson, for his contribution. It's very important for us that you have shared your views on these regional control coordination centers, and also your presence is very important. It shows the close relationship we have between the Commission and the Association and the transmission system operators, and this coordination, this cooperation has been reinforced in the last months, which I'm very happy to underline. I want also to give a special congratulation to SEleNe CC and SCC, who were co-organizing this conference together with the association. With them, we have now a full set of coordination centers, almost covering the whole pan-European interconnected system. And when I'm looking back to the past and the history of this, I can see how much has been achieved. Remember, it started with a crisis as a follow-up of the Italian blackout in 2003 and the lessons learned. Initially, it was a voluntary TSO's peer-to-peer initiative, the first route on a bilateral basis, followed by successive enlargements, and now a full part of the electricity regulation. The crisis we are encountering for this winter, at least for the next one, puts a brighter light on the reinforced need for transparency and cooperation between the operators. And the RCCs have been set up exactly to help their shareholders in that respect. Merging and processing the information and data, which are the key basic layer for them to perform. They need transparency, they increase transparency. Analyzing them with a complementary angle to the individual TSOs, which is their added value. Proposing, comforting, coordinated solutions, sometimes innovative solutions to prepare the operation of the system. And what is important in my eyes, by personal experiences having been in charge of operation and given the critical times we are to enter into, is that there must be no confusion in the distribution of the roles given to the different entities. The RCCs have a key role in terms of support and help enlarging the vision of the relevant region of the grid to be considered in a given context, but keeping the decisions where they belong, that is at TSO level. I want also to stress that whereas the different RCCs are similar in terms of core services they offer, they are quite diverse in terms of size, history, etc. And it is important in my eyes to keep that diversity, because going to the regional perimeter requires to be adapted to the local specificities, because diversity is also one of the keys to resilience, not all eggs in the same basket, because it gives a chance to have a healthy, what I would call co-opetition between them about innovative initiatives, either in the what or the how to do it. My wish for that conference is to see the establishment of a real network of the RCCs, with some emulation between them and also the establishment, when necessary, of the relevant needed links between them, with the opportunity of the pan-European tool now available, such as CGM and other associated tools. And I am also interested to hear from them what they have taken from the recent presentation of the so-called ENTSO-E vision, and if any, what type of changes they expect in this long-term future. Thank you for listening, and have a successful conference.
I have to remind you that the polls are online. You can vote and express your opinions as well. Now we move to quite an interesting and important topic on the achievements and future challenges for Europe in the view of clean energy package. We have 5 distinguished speakers from the RCCs as well as a view of the ACER. We start with Mr. Jan van Roost, the CEO of Coreso, who will talk to us about the success story 1, go live of the common grid model.
Good morning, my name is Jan van Roost. I'm the CEO of Coreso, and I will be saying a few words about the CGM Go Live. Ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, I would first of all like to wish everybody a very good morning, thank the function holders for their introduction, and also a big thank you to Dusko and Yanis, representing SCC and SEleNe CC, for their work on organizing this 5th coordination conference. I've been asked to share some insights on CGMES, from positive experience to new challenges, and challenging it was. Let's start by the question, what's the definition of success? We started the CGMES program back in 2016, followed by the CGM project in 2019. The deadlines were postponed a few times, but in the end, a 6-month parallel run was executed by all parties involved by late 2021. I would like to go through 3 key takeaways, highlighting both some of the successes, yet also signaling the significant challenges that still lie ahead of us. The first achievement is a successful go-live and creation of a common merged model since December 21, based on some 40+ individual inputs. As a leading RSC community, we managed to successfully support the go-live with some 15 to 28 out of the 40+ TSOs. 28 being the maximum simultaneous number of TSOs in a CGM reached so far in March 2020 during some testing. Currently, we observe the participation in the CGM business process to be around some 15 TSOs maximum. Many reaching the entry quality criteria, yet not all. This also shows the weakness and interdependency. There is a risk of moving at the pace of the slowest mover and the weakest link in the chain. Not only did we manage to gather all the individual grid models, but all of this was done using the OPDE and PCN network as a required IT enabler. Looking at the current status and testing period, we have a daily merged CGM file, yet this one comes on top of the daily UCT merge files that are still being used in most operational processes. If we look at the portal entry quality versus the content data quality, it's not because we reached a hurdle to get past the entry portal minimum submission criteria that the content is necessarily of sufficiently high quality. Complementing the ENTSO-E data initiatives, Coreso has set up a working group to support its TSOs and also open to offer via the RSC working table and expects a cascading effect to all interested TSOs. A less known and visible component to the CGMES has been that the merged files have been created for the yearly scenarios since 2019, and here we can signal a much higher participation rate of most TSOs. A lessons learned is that we need to set ambitious yet realistic targets, aim and staff for them collectively. We also need to be conscious of the expectations and not just assume, somewhere hoping or dreaming that having a merged basic model would also include basic services like security analysis and capacity calculation that would automatically start by using this new format. This is clearly not the case, and it's linked to expectation management. This finally brings us seamlessly to the future challenges of CGM. We will, via the RC working table, as well as via CoreNet, help to propose a roadmap to migrate the services and regions to actually use this new data format, and it's currently under development. As a first step, all TSOs and RCCs need to connect to the OPD environment in compliance with security. Currently, there are still 8 parties missing. Next to that, we will increase the participation of the TSOs so that IGMs are sent for all timestamps and all moments in a structural way. Currently, we observe some 15 out of 40 plus participants. And finally, we will start working on the business applicability. Make sure that the results of the merging process can also be used and make sense for business application to finally phase out and turn off the old UCTE format. The work is clearly not done. Data content is still a point of attention, as well as a risk to move at the pace of the slowest mover. Yet I'm confident, as a TSO and RSC community, we will manage if we handle it in a realistic way. Last but not least, I would like to thank all of the CORISO and RCC colleagues and staff, and by extension, all the TSO contributors for their collective effort and commitment. And I further wish you a fruitful continuation of today's conference.
Thank you to Mr. Jan van Roost. And we now continue with Ms. Andrijana Prešić, Lead Operation and Development Engineer of SCC, and Mr. George Alves, Operation Manager of TSC-Net, who will give us insights on the short-term adequacy and outage planning coordination.
Good day to all. My name is Andrijana Prešić. I am Lead Operation and Development Engineer in SCC RSC. Today I will present you short-term adequacy, covering the main topics regarding legal framework, used methodology, used tools, stakeholders, and implementation progress. Legal framework for short-term adequacy, or STA, comes from System Operation Guideline, where we have Article 81, which is the corpus related to RCCs or RSCs tasks, and Articles 104 to 107, which is the corpus related to tasks of TSOs. These two sets of articles have been implemented in 2 methodologies. The first one is STA methodology. It is the document written at the initiation stage of the project. It describes STA process in details, and it is updated regularly each time when STA service is improved. The second methodology is short-term and seasonal adequacy assessment, and it is dedicated to multiple time horizons from seasonal 1, for which adequacy assessment is performed by ENTSO-E, until day ahead, for which adequacy assessment is performed by RCCs and RSCs. What is STA service? It is service composed of 2 parts. The first part is cross-regional STA, for which TSOs provide input data, available generation capacity, load, and NTC, and some extra information related to generation and HVDC tripping. Those input data goes into pan-European STA tool that is developed and owned by ENTSO-E, and where cross-regional STA process is performed automatically and monitored by RCCs and RSCs. In this tool, input data gathering and quality check are performed. After that, deterministic and probabilistic STA calculations are performed. Outcome of Pan-European STA tool is STA report delivered to all parties and also status of STA adequacy, represented in this slide with two flags, green one when there is no adequacy issue at pan-European level, and red one when we have adequacy issue for some bidding zone. The process described until now is performed daily for week ahead time frame. In case of red flag, we trigger regional STA process where main affected TSOs and concerned TSOs and RSCs and RCCs coordinate in order to find resolution for solving of adequacy issue. This regional STA process is composed of adequacy issue analysis, proposing mitigation actions by main affected and concerned TSOs, coordinations for agreement on mitigation actions, and reporting on final recommendations. It is important to mention that STA results are dependent on input data delivered by TSOs, so their accuracy is a crucial factor for relevant STA forecast. How does Pan-European STA tool work in detail? Firstly, quality check of input data provided by TSOs is performed, and results of quality check are available in map or table format as it is presented in the first part of this figure. Quality check is performed until 9 o'clock in the morning when STA calculations automatically start, firstly deterministic and after that probabilistic calculation. In deterministic calculation, the best forecast of generation and load provided by TSOs are taken into account, while in probabilistic calculation, different scenarios are considered where variations of generation and load are taken into account based on historical trend of change. After calculation, we have status of adequacy in the form of table separately for deterministic and probabilistic calculation. Besides statuses, there are a lot of graphs presenting different values, and they are provided in the report that is automatically delivered to all parties. This process is finished until 9:30. RSCs and RCCs monitor the process, and they are taking role in this monitoring based on rolling schedule that is set for each year. Stakeholders of this process are 6 RCCs and RSCs with their TSOs. There are also some TSOs that are non-active participants, in the mean that input data are provided for them, but the regional STA process is not triggered, even if there is a red flag. Those bidding zones are colored in gray. Also, we should note here that since 1st July 2022, role of TSC-net in Pan-European STA process is supported by Coreso due to task split. What are the most important points in the implementation progress? In December 2017, cross-regional STA process went into go-live phase. In that time, it was weekly process performed once a week for following 7 days. Soon after that, SOC approved functional requirements for Pan-European STA tool, and in May 2020 we had first release of this tool, so in that time STA cross-regional process was upgraded to daily level. The tool was improved in new release in June 2021. In the same year, in October, first phase of regional STA process started, and currently we are expecting new release of Pan-European STA tool that will be upgraded to deal with flow-based data. What are planned future improvements? New releases are planned for coming years, including 2 new functionalities, improved algorithm for energy limitation forecast, and dealing with inflexible generation in STA algorithm. The next bigger improvement that is in schedule is development of industrialized tool for regional STA process. Thank you for your attention.
Hello, my name is George, and I'm a Senior Operations Manager at SCC-net. It is with great pleasure that I'm here today to share with you the positive experience and future challenges of the Outage Planning Coordination Service that I will just refer as OPC service. The key message that I bring is that the success of the OPC service is the result of the collaboration between different stakeholders, TSOs, RCCs, RSCs, ENTSO-E, and vendors.
The outage planning coordination service is provided by RCCs and RSCs to TSOs, where the goal is to facilitate the coordination of planned outages among TSOs while minimizing impact on the security of supply and electricity market. The service is provided by 6 RCCs and RSCs to 37 TSOs, with tasks being carried out on a rotational basis. OPC outputs can serve as inputs for other services, such as short-term adequacy, STA that Adriana just described, CGM building for coordinated security assessment, regional outage planning, incompatibilities assessment, and regional capacity calculation. The OPC service is described in the System Operation Guideline, Articles 80 and 82 to 103. In its essence, the OPC service provides the framework by which TSOs in Europe can interconnect their local outage planning tools. RCCs and RSCs are responsible to operate and monitor the service. Before the deployment of the OPC Pan-European tool, the TSO outage planning was isolated and required a lot of manual work, including emails and phone calls. By connecting TSO outage planning tools to the central OPC Pan-European database, outage planners can perform outage coordination directly from their local outage planning tool in a seamless and transparent way. Outage planning is one of the core activities of TSOs and other grid users. It dates to the beginning of power systems. Firstly, TSEnet and its TSOs developed the business process and prototype tool that was followed by ENTSO-E, introducing a centralized infrastructure, format, and industrialized solution. In the last few years, several milestones were achieved, and the most important ones are: in March 2020, we had the go-live of the OPC Pan-European and Let's Coordinate tools. The tools started as an outage planning database and evolved during 2021 and 2022, providing support for outage coordination to take place within the service framework. Tool overall usability was also improved. In October 2020, the first version of the OPC Best Practices document was published. And in December of the same year, the first version of the OPC rulebook was also published. Both documents are reviewed at least once per year or when major service improvements are introduced. In July 2022, Corezo and TSEnet implemented the task split, meaning that TSEnet took over the pan-European tasks assigned to Corezo. Also, during the current year, the design of the OPC map, a long-awaited feature, kick-started and it's ongoing. To support the service operation and development, we have 3 different dimensions: people, tools, and procedures. It is very important to have the human factor at the center of tool developments and procedures. We have different actors in the OPC service: the outage planners on the TSOs, that are the main users of the service and the main actors providing and using the available data. Operators at RCCs and RSCs, that are the ones responsible for the smooth operation of the service, being the first point of contact for TSO colleagues. Business experts from RCCs, RSCs, TSOs and ENTSO-E that are part of different task forces responsible to monitor the service performance and propose improvement in procedures and tools. And of course, IT specialists, including testing team and vendors that provide vital support throughout the life cycle of the IT tools associated with the service. They guarantee high tool availability and secure environment. The tools associated with the service are the OPC Pan-European tool, a central database with data quality and reporting features, and Let's Coordinate, that enables TSOs to perform outage coordination and allows users to receive service-related notifications. The OPC format is the basis for the previously mentioned possibilities, one format connecting all TSOs, RCCs and RSCs in Europe. Standard operational procedures are defined in two operational documents, the OPC Rulebook and the OPC Best Practices. The OPC Rulebook is the document where all standard procedures are described. These should be followed by RCCs and RSC operators and TSO users. Process steps and timings for the different time frames, week ahead and year ahead, roles and responsibilities of the service participants are described in detail. And the OPC Best Practices document provides guidelines and rules to TSOs on how to use particular features of the OPC framework in the most efficient manner. As presented, the OPC service improved and changed a lot in the past few years, but this is just the beginning. With this slide, I wanted to give voice to the service users. To further develop the service, we need the involvement of all stakeholders in order to fulfill legal and business requirements, ensuring that the OPC service provides the basis for outage coordination among TSOs in Europe, with closer collaboration, format and practices harmonization, and continuous service development. Based on the close collaboration between different actors in the OPC service, three focus pillars for the future of the service were identified: data quality and availability, improved procedures, and improved coordination. In alignment with the service roadmap, 5-year goals, and 10-year vision, the focus shall be the migration from UCTE to CGMS formats, improvement of the outage, data quality and availability, further integration with other services. For example, the OPC Release 4, planned for 2023, includes the OPC map that will also display information from STA, bringing both pan-European service closer. On the improved procedure pillar, the focus is on the full implementation of the rules defined in the OPC Best Practices document and improvement of the current methodology. Under improved coordination, the focus lies on the active usage of the outage coordination framework provided by the OPC service. The future awaits for OPC. Thank you for your attention.
And thank you to Ms. Andriana Prešić and Mr. George Alves. And guys, just to inform you, you can switch back to Confiva online streaming platform where you can see the polls and the questions. And now we go on with Ms. Louise Noring, the Head of Business Development in the Nordic RCC, and Ms. Athina Telidou, who represents Acer from her position as a policy officer and expertise on the energy sector. Louise and Athina will present us what is expected new value added from new clean energy package tasks.
Hello, my name is Louise Noring. I'm Head of Business Development in Nordic RCC, and today I will be talking about new clean energy package tasks, new value added. Hello, my name is Louise Noring. I am Head of Business Development in Nordic RCC, and it is my pleasure today to talk about new clean energy package tasks and new value added, with the subtitle of Digitalization Overview and Coordination. Today I will talk about two things. First, the process for making a new RCC task, and the second part will be about the value that we get out of such RCC tasks. Looking at the process in a simplified way, ENTSO-E first writes a proposal, submits to Acer, who publishes the proposal, and RCCs implement. Here we can see the status of the 16 new tasks listed in the electricity regulation and the methodology development status of these. So some of them you can see are done, and that means the methodology is done and the RCCs are in the process of implementing. Some are ongoing, where ENTSO-E is in the process of still writing the proposal. And finally, two of them are subject to delegation from TSOs. And these two tasks, TSOs have decided not to delegate to the RCCs, so there is no methodology to be written for these. Now, looking at the step of RCCs implementing, this is actually not just one step. It contains multiple steps, and I will take you quickly through some of them. Firstly, RCCs are small companies. Reallocation of resources for a new task is challenging, and it needs to fit into a budget wheel. So RCCs cannot just start implementation at some point in the middle of the year. We generally have to include it in our budget cycle and wait for the next year. Next point is very important about learning. So specialized knowledge is now developed in each of the RCCs within the 5 core tasks. This, however, cannot easily be changed to working in new services. We need either additional people or we need to train our staff for these new tasks, especially when they go in a direction which is more market related, which is a newer area for us. When we have done that, we reach the methodologies, but actually methodologies are not always plug and play. We know this from the existing methodologies. We can take, for example, the RASC methodologies. How to do remedial action optimization is something that needs to be interpreted, needs to be discussed together with the TSOs. This will apply for the new RCC tasks as well. We need to interpret every single RCC task together with the TSOs in the system operation region to understand how it can complement the TSO processes best and how we can therefore best provide value and optimize. Then we get to implementing the service and we write the business processes. Here we do swim lanes saying exactly what happens when, and we note down what data is transferred when and where, and what are the operational routines. So what should the operator do exactly at what time during the day? And this is, of course, something we need to coordinate closely with the TSOs to make sure it fits into their operators' existing operational routines. Then we develop tools. There's various things to take into account here, architecture, infosec, etc. Safe to say it's a complex process also to develop or procure the tools. And we need to plan the shifts and the impact on shifts. It's important to say that RCCs are already performing tasks in operation right now, and shift schedules are planned annually. So changing shifts impacts the shift workers and it impacts HR contracts, etc. So it's a complex task to make new RCC tasks, but it's of course a complex task that we are ready for because there's immense new value to be added. It's important first to understand the roles and responsibilities of the RCCs and TSOs. The TSOs are the data providers. RCCs do not get data from elsewhere. We get the data from the TSOs. Then the RCCs can provide analysis and provide coordinated actions or recommendations depending on the RCC task to the TSOs. And here the red line is clear. It is then up to the TSOs to adopt, review, and to do the system operation. The RCCs monitor and report also on this adoption and review of coordinated actions and recommendations. Now, how do we then provide value? Well, very much can be illustrated in this slide that we very much take data and create value from this. So in the Nordic RCC right now, we have very much a focus on the data layer and how to make a database which is searchable and where we can understand the data. This is not a small task in itself. We then, of course, also have a toolbox where all this data goes into, and that this toolbox we are continuously expanding, and we can then use that for data quality improvements analytics, reporting, and recommendations and coordinated actions. And if we then look, how do we get from all the processes towards making an actual impact? And what is the actual impact that we are making? So activities, on this slide, on the left side, we can see the activities. This is very much what we presented in the process previously: budget, planning, writing, developing, etc. This leads to some outputs, the 14 RCC tasks. For example, flow-based capacity calculation. And here it's then important to distinguish between what is output and what is outcome. So the output is the concrete deliverable, like flow-based capacity calculation, whereas the outcome is the change we hope to achieve from that deliverable in order to finally create an impact. So the outcome that we are achieving with the RCCs is digitalization, overview, and coordination. With the CCC example, changing the way of working from person-dependent and experience-based towards increasingly digital and data-based calculations. If we think about the last slide, we take data and digitalize processes. We have data from multiple TSOs and therefore create an overview. And by making recommendations and coordinated actions, we facilitate coordination between the TSOs. Now, all of this is to make an impact. Of course, our main job is to provide services to the TSOs, but we do this in order to provide a value to society at large. So creating an impact by supporting the green transition, supporting that we can integrate further renewables, social economic welfare, and maintaining security of supply. So, concluding, RCC implementation is not one single step. It is a process with many different steps. And concluding the second part, RCCs provide value to society through digitalization, overview, and coordination. And each RCC task should be seen in this perspective. Thank you very much for today, and have a very nice conference. Enjoy the rest of the conference and the rest of the day. Thank you.
Hello. Today's presentation is on Acer's view regarding the new value added from the tasks defined in the Clean Energy Packet. I will start with a legal background. The establishment of the RCCs should take into account the existing and planned regional coordination initiatives and support the increasingly integrated operation of electricity systems. Moreover, the tasks that should be carried out by the RCCs are the ones that their regionalization brings added value compared to tasks performed at national level. The achievement of 2030 and 2050 objectives should be one of the aims when performing the tasks for the RCCs, and they should primarily act in the interest of the system and market operation of the region. So they should be entrusted with powers necessary to coordinate the actions to be taken by TSOs of the system operation region for certain functions, and for the other functions they should have an enhanced advisory role. Finally, in performing their tasks, the RCC should act independently of individual national interests and independently of the interests of the TSOs. They should complement the role of the TSOs by performing the tasks of regional relevance. So, looking at how the RCCs could play a role in the integrated EU market, each TSO is responsible for performing specific tasks. Some of these tasks could be performed at regional level, and then we could have an additional value in that from this regionalization. For some of these tasks, the RCCs could have a more supportive role, performing calculations, issuing recommendations. For some of these tasks, the RCCs could have a more central role, performing main tasks at regional level. Regarding the overall process, it is Article 37.1 of the Electricity Regulation that defines a list of all the tasks that could be of regional relevance. For these tasks, ENTSO-E should develop a proposal in case these tasks are not already covered in existing legislation, and submit this proposal to ACER. ACER has 3 months for approving or amending the proposal, and then it's up to the RCCs to implement it. Following this process and after the implementation of this proposal, ACER may request amendments to it, and then we have again the launch of the process where ENTSO-E submits a new proposal. ACER has 3 months, and then it's up to the RCC to implement this amendment. So going to some specific tasks, as already mentioned, the RCC should carry out the tasks where the regionalization brings added value. Two of the tasks where the proposals are still under development are the regional sizing of reserve capacity and facilitating the regional procurement of balancing capacity. The color code here follows the one that was presented in the previous slide with the legal basis. And looking closer to these two tasks, regarding the first one, we see that of course the sizing of reserve is a national task and each TSO is responsible for this. In the context of this task, the RCC role may be an advisory one and can facilitate the regional sizing of reserves either by ensuring the system security through the support of existing sharing of reserves corporations, and on the other hand, it can also perform calculations at regional level to support the TSOs in identifying potential opportunities to engage in sharing of reserves agreements. On the other hand, we have the procurement of balancing capacity. Just to highlight again that the procurement of balancing capacity is a national task and each TSO is responsible for this. However, in the context of this task, the RCC role may be a coordinator's one, facilitating the regional procurement of balancing capacity. One of the aspects for TSOs when procuring regionally balancing capacity is that they need to coordinate in order to allocate cross-zonal capacity for the exchange of balancing capacity or sharing of reserves, developing the requested optimization algorithm and running it. So this coordination's role for the RCC may be performed by the RCC and could build on top of existing synergies. So we see that the RCC could have an important role in the development of the regional balancing capacity market, building upon synergies that have been developed by the TSOs the last years. ACER highlights the links between the 3 relevant methodologies, and together with TSOs, they try to ensure a maximum degree of coordination. The 3 methodologies being the beginning of it all, which is the regional sizing of reserve capacity, then the regional procurement of balancing capacity, and finally the allocation of cross-zonal capacity. Seeing these 3 methodologies interacting and working together in the context of the regional market, we see that we have aligned the processes for their adoption in cooperation with TSOs. So to give you an overview of where we see the RCC developments in the next years, By December this year, all TSOs need to submit the harmonized cross-zonal capacity allocation methodology. Then by March next year, ENTSO-E will submit the sizing of reserve capacity and the balancing capacity procurement methodologies, so two proposals to Acer. Then Acer would have to align the approval of all three methodologies, and by June 2023 would need to approve and issue three decisions for these. And then in the next years, it's up to all TSOs and the RCCs together to implement those building blocks of a regional balancing capacity market. That would be all from my side. Thank you.
Thank you to Louise and Athena for the very interesting presentations. An important step towards the better and the closer collaboration among TSOs is the transposition of regional security coordinators to regional coordination centers that happened this year according to the provisions of the Clean Energy Package. In the panel that follows, we will touch very interesting topics on the transition and the challenges and opportunities coming out. The General Secretary of ENTSO-E, Sonja Tuhig, will develop the views and positions of ENTSO-E, and Bruno Gouvernet, the head of operations sector of ENTSO-E, will moderate this panel. 5 distinguished speakers coming from ENTSO-E, regulators, RCC, TCO, TSO, and the European Commission, will share their views and prospects on the further integration of the internal European electricity market. We welcome Marco Pasquadibicelle, who represents ARERA, the NRA of Italy, as an official co-chair Acer System Operation and Grid Connection Task Force. The managing director of TSCnet, Uwe Zimmermann, Olivier Arrive, the Deputy Director of Operation in RTE, and Nicolas Quen, Team Leader in DG Energy at Eastern and Southern Neighborhoods Energy Community of Charter. Let us now watch the recorded message Ms. Tuhig sent us.
My name is Sonja Tuhig, and I'm the Secretary General of ENTSO-E. And it's my pleasure to open this panel discussion on the topic from RSCs to RCCs, challenges and opportunities. As we are all aware, we are experiencing unprecedented change across the energy landscape, a situation in which coordination and cooperation between all of us is even more important. In the current situation with reduced security of supply for gas, uncertainties around adequacy, and unprecedented market impacts, it has become more important than ever to maintain solidarity and collaboration in the TSO community. The European power system is not only the largest in the world, but it also is highly interconnected. And the European TSOs are depending on each other for support to one another. The coordination role of RCCs is more than ever essential to help TSOs operate an efficient and secure transmission grid. In this regard, RCCs are helping the TSOs by providing regional perspectives and delivering regional and pan-European services to the TSOs. The RCCs play an important role to facilitate the collaboration, coordination, and communication between the TSOs. To date, ENTSO-E and RCCs have successfully interacted together in the development of services. ENTSO-E will continue to work constructively and collaboratively with the RCCs during these very challenging times on the many tasks ahead for the RCCs in order to further enhance and support the regional coordination and collaboration. Looking to the future and looking at the challenges ahead to meet the climate goals for the energy transition, the power system is likely to be even more interconnected and complicated in order to meet the ambitious goals. Regional coordination is key in enabling the energy transition together with the further development and integration of a common European power market, which in the end is for the benefit of consumers as well as the climate. Before I hand over to the distinguished panel for the panel discussion, I would like to thank SEleNE and SEC for this opportunity to speak to you. This is an important event, and I'm sure there will be very good exchanges of ideas and opinions during the day. I now hand over to Bruno Gouvener from ENTSO-E, who will introduce the distinguished panel and moderate the panel discussion to follow.
Thank you to Ms. Tuhig, and now Mr. Bruno Gouvener will take over the floor.
Yes, good morning from my side as well, and thank you very much for inviting me to moderate this panel. I would like to introduce our first two speakers. The first one is going to be Mr. Marco Pasquodibiceglie. I'm sorry if the pronunciation is not perfect. Marco represents ARERA, which is the regulator in Italy, and is also a co-chair of the ACER System Operation and Grid Connection Task Force. And then I would also like to already introduce our second speaker, Mr. Uwe Zimmermann, who is the managing director of one of the 6 RCCs, the SCC, who is located in Germany. So thank you to both of you, and then I will introduce our 2 other speakers afterwards.
Marco Pasquodibiceglie. I'm working at ARERA since 2016. I'm the co-chair of the System Operation Grid Connection Task Force under ACER Electricity Working Group meeting. I'm very happy to be here attending this conference and providing my experience as the regulator in the RCC establishment and in the transition from the regional security coordinators to the regional coordination center concept. This is a very important topic to be discussed in the coming years in order to strengthen the cooperation of the TSOs and the regulators for a safer and efficient operational security. Welcome everybody. I was given the task to provide the NRA's views about the transition from regional security coordinators to regional coordination centers. As you may know, regional security coordinators were established in each capacity calculation region pursuant to the system operation guidelines, namely Article 75 and 76 of these guidelines. While the regional coordination centers represent the evolution of the regional security coordinators in a larger environment pursuant to the Regulation 943 adopted in 2019 as a part of the Clean Energy Package. I mentioned a larger environment for regional coordination center. This larger environment is called System Operation Regions. That is a group of CCR that share a relevant coordination process between them. The configuration of System Operation Regions was proposed by ENTSO-E and was adopted by ACER according to the Regulation 943 after 2 years of discussions. The final configuration is represented in the picture. We have 5 different regions: Southwest Europe, Southeast Europe, Central Europe, Baltic, and Nordic. Nordic and Baltic are coincident with the relevant CCRs. Even the same situation applies for Southwest region. Southeastern regions accommodates Southeast Europe and Greece Italy CCR, while Central Europe accommodates mainly core CCR and Italy no CCR. In each system operation region, the TSOs were requested to propose the establishment of the RCCs. The proposal was subject to the NRA's approval. In all the regions, this task was completed with 1 or 2 different runs according with the specification of the regions, and all RCCs have been in place since 1st July 2022 as expected by the Regulation 943. Beyond the approval of the SCC establishment proposals, the NRAs have a strong duty on monitoring the activities of the SCCs. In particular, the NRAs shall monitor the execution of the tasks, shall recommend improvements to the task itself and to the relevant methodologies, and shall enforce the compliance of the SCCs with the relevant decisions about the tasks. But while the NRAs, all the NRAs, have the right to inquiry, to ask a SCC for information, independent on where the NRA is located and where the SCC is located, when we come to enforcement, the regulation and under 43 will provide with enforcement powers only the relevant NRA seated in the same member states where the SCC is located. This means that COESO can be enforced only by Belgian regulator, the SCCnet can be enforced only by German regulator, SEleNe by Greek regulator, Baltic SCC by Estonian regulator, and Nordic SCC by Denmark regulator. So we have an issue of cooperation and coordination among the regulators that needs to be properly assessed and agreed upon. Also, ACER has a role in the SCC establishment. In particular, ACER has the role on the new tasks. Some of the SCC tasks stems from the system operation guidelines, capacity allocation, congestion management guidelines, emergency restoration network code. But there are new tasks that were introduced by the regulation under 43, namely training, supporting for restoration, post-disturbance analysis, reset signs and facilitation balancing capacity, setting support for the identification of new transmission capacity. All these tasks require a proper methodology. The regulation foresees that a methodology shall be proposed by ENTSO-E subject to ACER approval. So means these relevant hours, these days. We have a gas shortage, or we may have a gas shortage. So this gas shortage may trigger adequacy issues. The SCCs are requested to provide a short-term adequacy analysis. This is a duty according to regulation under 43, and in these days, this kind of analysis is of utmost importance. Another key topic is the cooperation between the RCCs or within the same RCCs in order to identify the remedial actions that are needed to cope with congestions and redispatching and current trending activities. What is planning for the future? SCC transition has just started. The SCCs enter into place 1st July 2022. Most of the tasks, above all the new tasks, are pending, but even some old tasks stemming out from the previous regulation are still under implementation. For example, coordinate security analysis with the optimization of the remedial actions. Common grid model, that is one of the tasks assigned to RCCs, went live in S2 2021, but the model has been exploited by all CCR so far. Most of the CCR are still relying on locally built model. The new task methodologies have been recently approved by ACER. For example, training, post-disturbance analysis. We are discussing about settlement support. We are discussing about resident sizing. Some, for example, support to restoration and skill and evaluation, but all needs to be implemented, and the implementation project is not so quick. All the projects need the careful and continuous monitoring. This is one of the challenges of the NRAs in this for the coming future. Thank you for the attention.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Uwe Zimmermann, Managing Director responsible for operations and development at SCC Services, being one out of 6 regional coordination centers that are supporting the secure electricity transmission system operation in Europe. I'm glad to be part of today's panel session from the transition from RSCs to RCCs, challenges and opportunities, and will highlight the RCC point of view in this context. If you look on the history of regional coordination centers, we can state that RCCs are comparatively young companies. The establishment of RCCs started as a joint TSO reaction to a severe security disturbance in the continental transmission system 16 years ago. Due to different regional needs, the foundation of the youngest RCC took place more than 10 years after the oldest out of the 6 European RCCs. Regional security needs resulting from increasing cross-border impacts due to trade and renewables required the Central European RCCs to operate security coordination services very early on a non-legal basis. These legacy tasks are in place and need to stay operational until processes can take over that are formally required by law and regulation, being first the third EU energy package and second the clean energy package with its European market regulation. Practical experience shows that up to 10 years can be required from the launch of a project until the availability of a robust operational coordination solution. This experience has so far not really been reflected within the regulatory implementation deadlines. The status of RCC services is as follows. According to European market regulation, a set of mandatory RCC tasks is defined, of which most shall be delegated to RCCs. In addition, further organizational obligations are defined for RCCs like reporting tasks or stakeholder consultation. Irrespective of the history of individual RCCs, the same or similar legal deadlines are valid for all RCCs. As the incremental evolution of RCCs organizations over time is limited, each RCC has very individual challenges to deal with when implementing their tasks. Half of tasks and obligations, on the slide they are highlighted in light blue, are already executed to some extent, like common grid model merging, coordinated security analysis or training, or they are legal requirements like capacity calculation, adequacy assessment, or outage planning coordination. In these cases, experience and capabilities are available at RCCs. The other half are new tasks. They are highlighted in dark blue, being of a different nature than the existing ones and require different know-how and capabilities at RCCs. For example, analytical tasks, balancing capacity support tasks and know-how, restoration support. Many details on these new tasks are still to be worked out. As RCCs are responsible for the task implementation, they need to build up know-how and resources in a quite short time. What can be observed as well is a trend towards sophisticated coordination methodologies and computer simulations with increasing amount of input data to be handled. At the same time, intuitiveness and robustness of computation becomes a challenge, and business continuity solutions need to be built properly to overcome issues in the process execution. Furthermore, RCCs are being developed into monitoring and reporting instance, for example, for tracing operational decisions or the effectiveness of security coordination. If we look on implementation schedules and governance, we can state the following. Once network codes and guidelines entered into force and capacity calculation regions were established, RCCs were tasked to build parallel but different security coordination solutions for the different regions, following also different timelines. High pressure was put on deliverables, although no or little experience with new methodologies was available. Hence, efficient and reusable robust IT solutions could hardly be established during these times. RCCs welcome that the feasibility of implementation of new RCC tasks now receives higher attention within the regulation. This experience has triggered the RCCs Coreso, located at Brussels in Belgium, and SCC Services, located in Munich, Germany, to agree with their shareholders to change the approach by building a common IT and service platform through which both RCCs and all participating TSOs can collaborate by using and reusing the same tools, and where stepwise all suitable RCC tasks will be migrated to. Today, for historical, practical, and legal reasons, an RCC needs to collaborate with TSOs and other RCCs on up to 4 regional layers. First, the region where legacy services are operated. Second, regarding mandatory tasks on the level of capacity calculation regions. Third, on a pan-European level with the association of TSOs being ENTSO-E. And fourth, on the level of the newly introduced system operation regions. The introduction of the system operation region via the European market regulation raises questions on its future relation with established capacity calculation regions being a special topic for the continental transmission and market area. Actually, RCCs collaborate intensively with TSOs to identify efficient and effective solutions for the regional security coordination management and its evolution. Benefits and major challenges. The statements before already indicate some challenges faced by RCCs, for example, parallel tasks, little or lack of know-how and capabilities, governance, parallel operation of legacy services to stay in place. A real challenge is the implementation of all new RCC tasks in parallel to the refurbishment of existing RCC tasks. It's not a simple task to extend a service towards larger regions than before, based on different and more sophisticated coordination approaches than before, with an increasing number of data and stakeholders, and while the role play between TSOs and RCCs is also subject to change. It should be noted that already started task implementations and existent organizational provisions again require amendments due to legal changes introduced by changing EU legislation towards the clean energy package. Unclarity still exists around the new RCC restoration support task towards TSOs, for example in a blackout scenario. In the end, such close to real-time support must not further complicate the interactions between stakeholders' operations during a restoration situation and must increase effectiveness and efficiency for the benefit of all stakeholders in the transmission system. All in all, at the end of the RCC implementation phase, the future task portfolio consisting of old and new RCC tasks will provide a real benefit as electricity trading, balancing power, or flows from the reserve power plants meet on the same grid infrastructure, share the same transmission capacity, and need a holistic and effective coordination approach. Here, RCCs are requested more and more to be proactive in the coordination of the transition on regional and cross-regional level. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bruno, sorry, I'm jumping in. May I, please?
Of course, please.
I'll be short. I just want to inform your viewers from YouTube. You can switch to Confiva if you want to vote or ask a question. Thank you. Bruno, sorry, once again, you can take over.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you also to Uwe and to Marco for their introductory presentation. I will now give the floor to our two other panelists, the first one being Olivier Arrivé. Olivier is Deputy Director Operation in RTE, and Olivier is also the Vice Chair of the System Operations Committee at ENTSO-E, and the System Operations Committee at ENTSO-E overview and facilitate the cooperation between RCCs and TSOs and RCCs at ENTSO-E level. And then our last speaker will be Mr. Nicolas Kuhn. Nicolas works for the European Commission and is a team leader at DG Energy, focusing in particular on international matters, especially in the eastern and southern region, and is also following a lot of progress on the Energy Community Charter. Olivier, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Olivier Arrivé. I am Deputy Director for Operation within RTE, the French transmission system operator. I am very pleased to attend today the 2022 Regional Coordination Conference. I am going to talk about the prospects and the benefits of TSOs and RCCs collaboration from the short to the long term, and also about the conditions for success. Thank you very much. Good morning. I will try now to give you and present the vision of a TSO view about the prospects and benefits of collaboration between TSOs and RCCs. But before going directly to the point, I would like to remind you, where do we come from? Indeed, there is a long history of collaboration between TSOs, especially when the countries in Europe were connected by the first tie lines. Today, the collaboration is much more intensive and takes place both for physical and digital infrastructures based on an important innovation effort. On physical topics, I think about the studies carried out in the framework of TYNDP, the development of an increasing number of interconnectors and offshore grid to reach historical capacities of exchange all over Europe. On digital aspects, TSOs are set up since many years electronic network to exchange provisional and real-time data, and we have commissioned very recently a new powerful network with higher bandwidth and better resilience. In the same times, TSOs have developed common tools like ENTSO-E awareness system, the platform OPDE for common grid model, short-term adequacy, to support a coordinated operation. Last but not least, in 2008-2009, first RCC was set up on a voluntary basis by TSOs after a large incident affecting a large part of Europe. So I believe that regional collaboration is really in the DNA of TSO for a very long time. Now, RCC has been established on July the 1st. It was an important milestone, but a lot of projects are still ongoing or still in front of us. The first expectations are to achieve a successful implementation of all services like coordinated security analysis, coordinated capacity calculations, STA, and of course, all services foreseen in the clean energy package. All are needed and valuable to ensure both market efficiency and security of supply. More and more interconnectors are developed, especially between synchronous areas. That means operational issues are not or less limited to synchronous areas and are of pan-European interest. That means coordination between system operation regions and between RCC will be key in the future, considering the increasing amount of exchanges and also new services supported by HVDC cables. Last, the development of offshore generation and hybrid network like AC-DC network and interconnectors with offshore generation will require also coordinated operation with variable support of RCC. So, in conclusion, the evolution of the system shows a large scope of complementary activities delivered by RCC to ensure both market efficiency and security of supply. Regarding the huge challenges mentioned before, we need in the same time to pay attention to efficiency and conditions for success. I see four main conditions. First, strong cooperation between TSOs and between TSOs and DSOs. with the help of RCC to avoid any overlapping or double developments and to harmonize as much as possible methodologies, procedures. I think we need also clever arbitrations to focus on key issue. That means maybe to give up on some other topics. The goal is really to invest on topics with the highest added value for the system and for the consumers. Of course, innovation is key. TSO has to accelerate and speed up the integration of innovative solutions. And then resources. We need adequate human resources in terms of number, in terms of skills, and proper funding. We need to establish a close cooperation and fruitful discussion with NRA to get a regulatory framework which allow to finance the needed developments. The world around us is changing quickly. We need to move forward whilst keeping costs affordable, especially for consumers. And now, what is my long-term vision? I believe that the main objective is to reach a neutral carbon Europe, and for sure RCC can help us. Why? The future power system will be a system of systems with strong cooperation between TSOs and DSOs, and also amongst different energy systems. So that means cooperation is not an option. Cooperation is a must. At the same time, this future power system will be more European and more local, with TSOs providing a critical interface between both dimensions. To reach this carbon neutrality, 4 key components has been present and developed in ENTSO-E Vision 2050. I will not go into the detail of the development of a significant part of system flexibilities, the preparation of the operation in the future, the regulatory framework once again, and also the market design as a key enabler to foster a carbon neutral economy. What I know is that the scale of change is such that we need to act now to be ready on time in the future. We are at the very beginning of a challenging story, which is also very exciting for us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello, good morning. My name is Nicolas Quen. I'm team leader in DG Energy at the European Commission in the newly created Task Force International Relations. I will be talking about the European Commission view on the evolution from the regional security coordinators to regional coordination center, and how those private entities, which ensure the regional coordination of TSO, play a crucial role for achieving our climate neutrality by 2050, and also how they help for the implementation of the recently adopted REPowerEU plan. Thank you. Dear all, it's my pleasure to present the European Commission view on the evolution of the regional security coordinators into regional coordination center. I get great pleasure to be here with you at this 5th regional coordination conference. I think it's very important that at a certain point we all gather together and look back on what has been done and look into what still needs to be implemented and where to focus. I just want to congratulate all the work that has been done until now, and just to say how key, how important regional coordination center is and will play for achieving our objective of climate neutrality and in the implementation of a REPowerEU plan. And those kind of entities are an example for solidarity between member states and TSO, and is something that we are promoting beyond borders, because we think this is the right way forward into a system with much more renewable. Just want to first focus on the political aspect. The ongoing war in Ukraine has triggered several knock-on effects, particularly in unprecedented energy crisis. The Commission has been responding quickly, decisively on a number of fronts. And most importantly, maybe it's the REPowerEU plan, which was adopted on the 18th May, which really set in stone our diversification strategy and towards more reliable suppliers. We have approached the US, Azerbaijan, Israel, Egypt, Norway, but also in contact with many other suppliers to ensure our security of supply for this winter, but also for the winter to come. We're also much better prepared in case of a full disruption by Russia, so they cannot blackmail us on the gas. It's very important. Also, the communication that was adopted on the 20th of July on Safe Gas for a Safe Winter package. It's clear that we are now much better prepared to face for this winter, but the focus now is on the next winter, so winter 23-24, as it will be very difficult to replenish the storage during the summer without pipeline gas. But maybe most importantly in this plan is also the speeding up of the clean energy transition. We have proposed higher targets for renewable energy efficiency, which are currently discussed with the European Council and the European Parliament. We also have made proposal to make it faster and less complex to acquire permits for investing in renewable projects, and to give also a push to invest more in solar energy. All this has an impact on the operation of the network, not only at local level, national level, but also at regional level. And that's where regional coordination center, a crucial entity to make sure that we optimize what we already have, but we're also looking more at the regional optimization, the system and the decision that needs to be taken by each TSO. It's clear that the objective to remain carbon neutral by 2050 remains our top priority. This means investment much more into renewable, much more volatile market, and much more signal for more flexibility of storage, for demand side management, but also cross-border capacity. I think also for much more electricity infrastructure, not only at transmission level, to be able to integrate all this renewable into our system, but also at distribution level, and the optimization, not only regional EU, but also at distribution level. So it's very timely that we have this conference and that we reflect on how this regional coordination center came into life, what has been done already until now, and what should also be our focus in the coming months. I mean, everything is based, of course, on the electricity regulation. The Article 35, 36 established those regional coordination center, and were triggered by already the very good voluntary cooperation of some TSO in Western Europe. We didn't create things from scratch, but we are copying or mirroring what is already being done and is helping and is making the decision making and the decision at operational level better. The electricity regulation also incorporated an annex, the Annex 1, which describes all the different tasks that the regional coordination center should and could do. We have, as I say, already done a lot on the common grid model, also on the coordinate capacity calculation, security analysis, emergency, etc. But still, there is many other tasks that could be performed to optimize the way we manage our system. It's important that to remind that regional coordination center have binding decision on national TSO. So it's really giving power to the regional coordination center for some of those decisions that were taken before at national level. And it's a matter of trust that those kind of regional entity have better information of what the system look like and what kind of decision is optimizing the system the best in terms of security, but also in terms of revenues. At the end, we all need to maintain the frequency at 50 Hz on a continuous basis. And it's important that we all can work together on a very quick reaction, and that those entities do play their role in the system, and that national TSO trust that decision taken by those entities are the right one for the region and for the EU. Again, I always say those kind of regional entity are the best example of solidarity among member states. I mean, our electricity, internal electricity market should be really an example of how we as Europeans work all together. The cooperation that we have seen towards Ukraine and Moldova since the beginning of the war, with the synchronization, the fast decision on the synchronization, but also on the increase of cross-border capacity, are all perfect example of the solidarity that TSO shows among themselves. No, there is a big call for more investment needed in Ukraine due to the targeted war on the energy infrastructure, especially transmission and distribution station. But I think it's very important that we then accelerate the work and the transition between the regional security coordinators and regional coordination centers, so those entities are operational as soon as possible. And that there is also a staff transfer between national TSO and those regional coordination center. So there is an understanding of what is doing what and who is responsible for what. The cooperation between RCC and within RCC is also most important, because it's not only about looking at the 5 different regions. It's also to ensure that there is transfer information between those regional coordination centers, so they all work on the same assumption. And then there is a level playing field also on the participation of TSO on those RCC in terms of services, but also in terms of cost for those services, etc. And it's clear that ENTSO-E should also play a role here on the RCCs and see how maybe look back at the decision, how they were taken, and reporting, and how to make it even better to function. Now, a few words on the development of third countries. It's clear that our electricity network is not stopping at EU borders. We have especially the continental Europe network synchronized with Western Balkan countries, Ukraine, Moldova, also in North Africa. So it's important in the Commission also to set up a framework, a regulatory framework, so we can include those third countries TSO into our EU electricity internal markets, but also how to include them in the system operation and the RCC. There is a proposal on the table to be adopted by the Energy Committee Ministerial Council mid-December. So this will clarify the functioning for the Western Balkan, Ukraine, Moldova. I think there will be a session later this afternoon in more details, but this is the first step towards reaching our third countries. Is of course with the UK, the EU-UK Trade Cooperation Agreement, where all our efforts should be on the full implementation of this agreement, which also provides some provision on cooperation with EU TSO and RCC. And then, of course, there should be some discussion on the revival of the Swiss electricity agreement, but also how to set up and what kind of regulatory framework we should have for the Mediterranean region. All to say that RCC are crucial if we want to maintain the regional security of the electricity system, but also optimize the system as we have. And this will become even more and more important with more renewable. And as I mentioned at the beginning, everything is there at the political level to accelerate our energy transition and investment in renewable into our electricity network, and also on what should and what will be done with our third countries partners, especially in our neighborhood where we have a lot of TSO, third country TSO, which are connected with our system. So it's very important that we all operate as one system, and RCC, with their binding decision on national TSO, are one of the key elements to achieve this coordination. Thank you very much for listening. Happy to answer a few questions at the end of this panel, and looking forward for the other presentation. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Olivier. Thank you, Nicolas. And I think we are now ready to start the live part of this panel. So if there are any questions from the audience, of course, I'm ready to take them. And I will ask the four panelists to not hesitate to interact between each other when you hear a statement that you would like to react on. I have a few questions pre-prepared, and I would like to start with you, Uwe. Paying, I would say, honor to whom honor is due in the day of the RCC conference. So let's start with RCC. We have heard, notably in the presentation of Jan, of Louise, but also yourself, that there are a lot of challenges ahead to implement all the RCC services, especially the new ones coming from with the clean energy package, of also the transition to the CGMES format, etc. Do you see a danger? Do you see a risk that the RCCs could not fulfill their task as required by the regulation?
Many thanks for this question, and a very good morning now in person to the whole audience. Of course, it should not be the signal that the RCC as a function is at risk. This is for sure not the signal. The challenge we have is the multitude of tasks in the light of regulatory deadlines. And we have complex and less complex tasks to be implemented. Maybe to describe it a little bit better, what happens during an implementation, I think it was already excellently introduced by Louise Noring. But if we look on a more complex task, we normally require software. So we have the human factor, we have the processes, and we need a software that is, let's say, supporting everything. And normally a process is prototyped in order to check whether the expected process is feasible in principle. And then afterwards, the professionalization of the software can be started, followed again by parallel run activities. And all in all, this can easily take up to 3 years' time. And just to give you an example, so the CWE flow-based allocation project was started in 2007. And the go live was in 2015. And even if this basis was reused in the core capacity calculation region, it took roughly 5 more years to bring it to the level of the methodologies and to the regional level, which is a different one, of course, and a larger one. And from that perspective, this is just a bit to demonstrate it's a considerable amount of time that is required. Here, in this case, it has a history of up to 15 years now. And the quality in the end will define the value of a service, a supporting service we are providing. And it's not only us, but also the data we are processing, which is getting more and more complex. So this plays a crucial role in order to successfully coordinate. Because what should not happen is that we have implemented a process, but we find out that the quality is not good enough to bring it really to life and to base operational decision on it. So we are doing a lot to make the deadlines happen, but we unfortunately are no wizards.
Thanks a lot, Uwe. Well, then I would like to turn to Marco. So we heard that yes, there are challenges, that it takes time, but that there is, I would say, yeah, a lot of work being done, that there is kind of clear roadmap behind it to develop and to implement all the RCC services. But I would say, what if there would be some issues? So in which manner, I would say, will the NRAs coordinate for, let's say, monitoring and forcing the execution of the tasks by the RCCs, and what will be maybe the role of ACER in this monitoring and enforcing the execution?
Yes, thank you. So, trying to first address the first question. Clear that the NRAs are tasked to monitor the performances of the RCCs. So the RCCs have to deliver every year a report. This is pursuant to the electricity regulation. This report is sent to ACER and then by ACER to the NRAs. And the NRAs are keen and tasked to discuss the content of this report. But this report refers to the activities that have already implemented at the RCCs. What is important for the NRAs, and what the NRAs, for example, in Central SOR, are clearly asking to the TSOs, but probably this will be asked also to the other RCC as well, or for the other system operation regions, is to keep at least an informal discussion, not a formal report, but at least an informal relationship in order to monitor the timing of the implementation of the different tasks. The NRAs are aware of what you already said before. So the fact that the timing of implementation is full of uncertainties, full because it depends on many factors. Most of them are out of the control of the RCC itself, because depending on the IT, depending on the complexity of the tasks. For example, we are very willing to accept, we were willing to accept the fact that for the coordination operational security analysis, the tasks will be implemented no earlier than 2025 or 2026, despite it was approved in 2020. Why this is occurring? Because probably this is the only way to 5 years is the only way to have these tasks implemented in a proper and efficient manner. We are aware. We would like to know that where are delays. We will be angry in case we are not informed about the delays with timely information, in time. So if we discover a delay that is occurring and we don't have information, we will be angry. We may decide how to perform next steps. Coming to the role of ACER, ACER is part of this achievement. For us, having ACER involved in all the meetings, in these informal meetings, is of utmost importance, because ACER has the power to recommend, to assess the non-compliance, to provide a recommendation to the NRAs in order to auto-enforce. What is difficult, and this is not a fault of the NRAs, nor a fault of the RCCs, neither a fault of the TSOs, but is a problem, a topic, a suggestion for the Commission, for Nicholas, that is listening to us, is that when the Clean Energy Package was written, the NRAs that was given tasks, the power to enforce the role of the RCCs, is the NRAs that is seated in the same location as the RCC. So just for Coreso, using Coreso example, Coreso or SEleNe is the same. Coreso is easier, is complex to understand. Only the CREG NRA, Belgian NRA, but Belgium is included only in one of the CCRs by Coreso, so only core. So we can assume that for core, it's much easier to have an enforcement. For Southwest Europe and Italy North, is much more complicated because first, the NRAs of these CCRs needs to cooperate between each other, ending with ACER, in order to assess the non-compliance of the tasks related to its own CCRs. And this assessment is assigned to the NRAs of the complex CCR. And then this NRA shall coordinate with an NRA that is outside of the CCR in order to have these measures practically enforced at Coreso. This is a bit of complexity. For Italy, we found to have solved these issues because despite the SCCs of a competent for our internal biddings on borders is located in Thessaloniki and is SCC CC, SEleNe CC established a subsidy Esperia located in Rome devoted to the internal biddings on borders. So we found that we have powers to enforce the activities of this subsidy. Okay, so only for our region, we not have tasks to empower for Southeast CCR, but at least for our internal biddings on borders, we hope yes. But this is not the case, for example, for Coreso and SEleNe with related to Italy North and Coreso also for Southwest East Europe. So this is a point. But these are challenges. Well, we are in the very first step. So let's work on that. What is important, in my view, is cooperation, formal, but also informal. Informal roundtables, discussing in transparent manner roundtables between the technicians really helps a lot.
Thank you, Marco. Well, then maybe I will give the floor to Nicolas if you would like to react to that, but also to give you, to ask you to take maybe a bit a step back, I would say, and from a higher level perspective, how the Commission assess the current progress achieved so far in the implementation and the creation of the internal electricity market, and yeah, what do you expect as let's say next important steps for the future?
Thanks, Bruno. And first, I fully agree with Marco on the cooperation. And also, it's important to get those feedback and that we are informing each other about those kind of gap, because of course, when we draft the network code and the electricity regulation, the package, I mean, we're learning from this. And we're pushing all our interest, and we get what we want, what we have today. But for sure, there are probably improvements, and we would need to reassess that and to see where we can make amendments and improve. On the implementation, it's a very difficult question because it's a very technical topic. And so we need to have feedback from you, from the TSO, from the NRA, from the market participant, and to trigger those kind of review. I think you know, we are under huge pressure for the moment with the energy crisis, with the situation in Ukraine, Moldova. So at political level, I would say they are focused on all those kind of aspects, and member states, I mean, put a lot of pressure on the Commission to find solution, and we are not really looking into what we have and what we should implement actually. So I think it's important that we recall always what still needs to be done, and also look back because there are progress and there are a lot of things that TSO have done, but are not so visible. So I think it's important indeed that we have such conference and to make it aware to outside of all what has been done. But I would expect, yeah, if we receive feedback and from the stakeholders, that it would trigger then a review and that we could identify, you know, where we can further improve the regulation. But I think also we need to work practically. I mean, in such situation, of course, regulation is important, but as Marco said, I mean, you find a solution. SCC are private entities, so we need to find the right balance between regulating everything and giving flexibility to the corporation and to the private entities. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Nicolas. I will turn to you, Olivier. Maybe let's move away from the regulation now. I'd like to understand the view of a TSO. Let's say what the TSOs expect, I would say, about the role of the RCC to operate the grids of the future. So can you maybe explain, illustrate how the RCCs can play a role with, as Nicolas said during his intervention, a very high share of renewables, so more unpredictable flows, etc.
Okay, thank you very much, Bruno. Yes, indeed, I can. Maybe I would start by reminding what is for me the key missions of RCC. Of course, and I think Hervé Lafay in his introduction already said that, but one key function is to provide an enlarged vision of a relevant region and to analyze data with a complementary angle compared to TSO vision. But another point is key for me and is related to the help of RCC for multilateral coordination under time pressure. I mean, with short deadline for intraday or also direct processes. That means if you are only two companies and if you have time, it's easy to coordinate yourself. If you are 5, 10 TSOs or even more in some regions, and with time pressure, it's much more complicated. And in this way, I think the help of RCC is really key. And in the future, we see that the need of coordination will drastically increase. I mean, coordination with DSOs due to distributed generation, due to new flexibilities with maybe electrical vehicles. We see also in the future connection with our other sectors like green gas network operators, with heat network operators. And we are currently also developing new networks which will need to be operated properly and in a secure way, like offshore grid and hybrid network. That means also a growing number of actors. And as far as I know, RCCs are the only companies in Europe with this history, with this legacy, with this experience of coordination in a multilateral way. And in this way, I think they are in good position to enlarge their scope of activities and to help also TSOs, but not only TSOs in the future, all actors in the energy system to coordinate themselves and to operate the system of the systems, as has been explained in the 2050 ENTSO-E visions, the system of the system in a secure, efficient way, and once again to reach this carbon neutrality target.
Thank you, Olivier. Marco, very shortly, because we are already very close to the end. I think Nicolas mentioned in his presentation that also ENTSO-E as an association has a role to play in the cooperation between the RCCs and then of course the TSOs. We know that this cooperation role of ENTSO-E is also in the CEP, in the Clean Energy Package itself, where ENTSO-E has the task to organize cooperation framework, and you know that we have put in place this framework. I'd like to hear from you shortly again whether you have specific expectation towards ENTSO-E in this field. We cannot hear you.
Okay, now I think you can hear me. Okay.
Yes.
Yes. So ENTSO-E role is clear, as is clearly written in the methodology, in the regulation, as is clearly written in the methodology. ENTSO-E is a task to provide, to develop the tasks, and also as the role of promoting the implementation of these tasks. For example, some today mentioned the Common Grid Model project. The Common Grid Model project, despite it's an SCC project, is a task to the SCCs, is a project that was followed and implemented since the very beginning by ENTSO-E. So because directly followed by ENTSO-E. So the NRAs are working and with ENTSO-E and along with ACE, there are already established and perfectly working platforms where these activities are coordinated. I mean, the coordination group for our tasks are related to a system operation coordination group. But when we look at market tasks, it's the CSCN coordination group, the FCA coordination group, the balancing coordination group. So the role of cooperation is still there and it's of utmost importance. I totally support this. There is a different perspective because ENTSO-E is more involved in developing tasks and methodologies, and for these reasons, ACER and the NRAs have always been promoting, since the very beginning, with ENTSO-E, the early involvement. So please to discuss with us, please discuss with all the relevant us and not only with the stakeholders, all the details before you issue a public consultation, because if the details are set in advance, it's easier for each park to accommodate its role. And on the second step, another key point for ENTSO-E role is to, and cooperation with the NRAs is to follow the implementation, but ENTSO-E is following the implementation only for some specific projects. When we look at the regional projects or some other projects, these are mainly associated to the SCCs and the relevant TSOs. So, but ENTSO-E it's clearly a part of the cooperation. We can exclude this term for sure.
Thank you. We are now reaching the end already of the panel. I'd like to ask a last question to Uwe. We started with you, and then I would like to end with you as well. How do you see maybe further cooperation between RCC? How can RCCs work together to offer services, maybe to find synergies between them, to offer services to the TSOs? You have mentioned the Cornet project, and maybe can you give other examples, or maybe your vision about the cooperation and the strengthening of the cooperation between the RCCs?
Yeah, many thanks for the question. This is indeed also important for the RCCs to know what other RCCs are doing and in which situations they are. So even we have started quite early in 2018 to have a kind of working structure. We called it at that time RSC working table, where the RCCs today are working on a regular basis and also exchange views and try to learn from each other. And besides that, Bruno, you have mentioned the Cornet program, which is a kind of, let's say, approach that we try to create efficiency and effectiveness, but also interoperability between RCCs. If we just look on functions that have a pan-European focus, this could be a candidate where we should look at it and also try to identify why maybe in some areas there are differences. I think it's very important to accept that the regions have different regional needs, but in terms of providing an improved coordination, and of course we need to collaborate on a horizontal level also, these kind of discussions are necessary. And for example, there's also the topic that was introduced also by Jan van Roos today about the European merging function is also a candidate where we can also, or we need to discuss how we can create more efficiency, knowing that our side conditions today in terms of regulatory deadlines does not allow to directly work on this, let's say, next steps.
Thanks a lot, Uwe. Unfortunately, we've reached the end of this panel discussion. This was too short. I still have many questions in mind for each panelist, but yeah, it was very enlightening. I would say thank you very much, Marco, Uwe, Olivier, and Nicolas. And I think if there is a word that we will remember from this discussion is cooperation. Many of you repeated it, and between TSO, between RCs, between TSOs and RCCs, and I would say also with all stakeholders, including, of course, the European Commission and ESA. Thank you to all. And I give now back the floor to, I think, Yanis and Duško to close this morning session.
And once again, thank you all to all panelists and to our moderator, of course, for leading such an interesting panel discussion. Now, if we can grab your attention for our hosts, Yanis and Duško, to shortly go through the poll results. Gentlemen.
Okay, so we have the first results of the polls. I'm happy to see that the vast majority of the people have a very good knowledge on the RCCs, but still 1 out of 4 needs some more information. I suppose that this conference will contribute to this task, to inform people more. And I think that also brings some more value to our conference. Let's go.
Okay. Regarding the second question, which is, do you believe SCC existence have positive impact to the everyday operation of TSO? We are very satisfied that we are not received negative answers, option 3 and 4. And I also, on behalf of my RCC colleagues, can say that we will do our best to change opinion of audience and convince them that in some similar survey in the future, they will choose option 1, which say that the RCCs have the big impact and facilitate the operation of TSOs. Thank you. Yanis?
Okay, the next one is on which topic should RCCs and TSOs work closer? So I see that the majority of the people voted like me, that every topic is very interesting, every topic is very important, and we need to touch all of them in order to go for our tasks. And of course, we can see and reflect here that the security of supply, and I'm happy to see that, seems to be the most challenging, but also the core of our mission.
The first of all, I would like to thanks to all speakers and panelists for their contribution in this, the first session of our conference. And as a conclusion of this first part of the conference, I would say that TSOs and RCC have already achieved a lot. Although RCCs are small companies, they play an important role in keeping system security and facilitating the electricity market all over Europe. And additionally, TSOs and RCCs have already a lot of progress in having of a common grid model, as Jan said, and the successful implementation of services required by third package, as our colleagues Andriana and George also present this morning. Thank you.
So in addition to that, I would say that the transition has started, yes, from RCCs to RCCs. So we have in front of us a long way to go. So we put a lot of efforts to maintain and hopefully increase the security of supply in this largest system in the globe. I think that these tasks will further facilitate the integration of the internal market, but also facilitate the development of renewables, which is a major task for our continent. And also, I think that it becomes obvious that it's not easy to achieve these tasks. Of course, Uwe and other guys have underlined that. But what I want to say at the end is that TSOs have a very long history in collaboration, starting from the 60s, actually. So we have this culture, and I think that collaboration is the key to success. And I think we'll go like this, and we will strengthen our collaboration in the future. Thank you.
So our first session is over, right? We are going to lunch break now, and we will be back at 1:10, when we will continue with CEE challenges for regional cooperation and coordination. See you later. Bye. Welcome back to the second session of the 5th Regional Coordination Conference. The polls are now open with new questions for you to vote, while the Q&A is still open and waits for your questions. The Southeast European regions present several specificities, especially among the Balkan region, as majority of countries in the West Balkan are not EU members, so they do not fully follow the EU legislator framework on electricity. The harmonization of regulations of energy community member states with EU legislation is a major task in order to achieve the smooth integration of the market in the region. The second session of the conference will give us the opportunity to be informed on the actions undertaken or being under development towards this task. 3 speakers will give us insight on this issue. We welcome Mr. Artur Lorkowski, the Director of Energy Community, and his keynote speech. And then the floor will take the Deputy Director of the Energy Community, Mr. Dirk Buschle, followed by Mr. Martin Pistora, the Conventor of Steering Group Strategy at System Operation Committee in ENTSO-E, and the Team Manager System Operation Development, Energy Trade and System Operation in CHEPS.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm very pleased to address you today and present the perspective of the energy community at this session on challenges in the Southeast Europe region during these unprecedented times. I'm very grateful to the organizers for this kind of opportunity. Russia's ongoing invasion of Ukraine has sparked an energy security crisis, not only in Ukraine and Moldova, but also in the entire European continent. Russia's targeted attacks on Ukrainian civil energy infrastructure have resulted in an estimated 40% of its energy infrastructure being damaged. The situation concerning operational security and electricity supply is critical. The transmission of electricity is particularly affected by the damage to large power transformers, which left many regions and 4.5 million customers without continuous electricity supply. Rotational load shedding is applied throughout the country, including in Kiev. For Ukrainian people to survive this winter, the damaged energy infrastructure must be repaired to keep the energy system functional. I use this opportunity to call on all stakeholders, TSO, energy companies and governments to intensify donations to ensure the continued functioning of the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. The Energy Community Secretariat's Ukrainian Support Task Force stands ready to provide you with the current list of most urgent needs and assistance in donation process. Until 10 October, Ukraine was exporting electricity to the European Union and to Moldova, but was forced to stop the exports due to extensive damage to its energy infrastructure. Moldova, given its vulnerability, is facing affordability and adequacy challenges. After the supply from Ukraine was stopped, also the supply to the right bank was halted from MGRES, the gas-fired thermal power plant in Transnistria owned by Russian Interrail, which covered the majority of electricity consumption in Moldova until now. Thanks to cooperation and support from the transmission system operator of Romania, allocation of capacity was established on the interconnection between Moldova and Romania. This allows Moldova to import electricity from the European market up to the available capacity for trade between continental Europe and Ukraine-Moldova, which is now 500 megawatts for the whole Ukraine-Moldova control block. However, as the attacks of Ukraine's energy infrastructure continue and winter approaches, 500 megawatts of available capacity for commercial trade between continental Europe and the Ukraine-Moldova control block will not be enough to cover the increasing needs of these two countries. With this in mind, I would like to invite transmission system operators of continental Europe to continue their support and to consider a further increase of available cross-border transmission capacities within security limits. Turning now to the security of supply situation in Western Balkans, no major risks were identified by the Secretariat with regard to power system adequacy and security of supply for this winter. This is thanks to the region's low dependence on gas for electricity production and the strong mutual interconnections between the countries themselves and with the EU neighbors. Yet affordability issues are of high concerns, and energy savings are the best short-term measure to keep the power system functional. Nevertheless, more could be done to ensure system security and allow for more electricity trade during the winter. The region's transmission system operators should increase the available cross-border transfer capacities on the interconnectors, which are still being underutilized. Commercial trade on the interconnector between Kosovo and Serbia should also be made possible. Ladies and gentlemen, the current crisis is also an opportunity to accelerate the energy transition in the energy community and decrease its dependence on fossil fuels, speed up the deployment of energy from renewable sources, and move faster with the implementation of the energy efficiency measures as envisaged by the European Green Deal. Let me to remind you that the current transmission infrastructure is ready for more renewables. The results of the study conducted by the Secretariat showed that the electricity systems of the contracting parties are ready to integrate a high share of renewables without significant additional flexibility needs until 2030. To make this happen, we should all work together on increasing available cross-border transmission capacities for trade. In that light, the Energy Community Secretariat has launched a tender for the study on the implementation of the 70% target in the energy community. The study is aimed at providing capacity building and technical support to TSOs, NRAs and ministries in implementing the 70% target. Delivering on the green agenda is the most cost-efficient, secure and affordable manner has to be underpinned by a competitive, flexible and integrated European energy market that ensures a level playing field for all market participants. Regional cooperation in this context is key to speed up the energy transition and decrease its overall costs. To deliver on this multifaceted objective, the energy community contracting parties are expected to adopt a new legislative package consisting of the electricity market design part of the clean energy package, together with network codes and guidelines and at the Ministerial Council on 15 December. Implementation of this package will allow full market integration of the energy community contracting parties into the European market based on the principle of reciprocity. This will enable contracting parties' shareholders to join European platforms for day-ahead, intraday and balancing market and facilitate regional security cooperation. This brings me to the important role that regional coordination centers, as envisaged in the proposed adaptation of the electricity regulation for the energy community, will play in facilitating regional cooperation, paving the way for coordinated capacity allocation, coordinated security analysis, and facilitating the regional procurement of balancing capacity. Furthermore, the close cooperation between regional coordination centers established in Southeast Europe will be crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, during these extremely challenging and dangerous times, we need to step up cooperation and coordination between energy community contracting parties and EU member states, including between transmission system operators. I'm greatly encouraged to see the commitment to regional cooperation, and I think today's meeting is a strong signal that such enhanced cooperation will continue in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello everybody. In these deeply troubled times, especially for contracting parties Ukraine and Moldova in our eastern neighborhood, it's a pleasure for me to address you on something a bit more positive today. The European power markets and systems are on the eve of their biggest enlargement ever when on 15 December this year the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community is expected to take a decision on the adoption of a package of network codes of the clean energy package in the electricity sector, on which we have been working on throughout the year with all stakeholders, including and in particular with ENTSO-E. This package will pave the way for the full integration of the Southeast and Eastern European electricity markets into the European governance structures. This will be, I believe, a big win for the contracting parties in the first place, as they will be able to overcome the fragmented markets they currently have, in particular if they also implement and quickly implement the 70% rules for interconnectors, and they will be able finally to harvest the welfare benefits that such integration of markets actually brings. It will also be a chance for them to increase the investments in renewable energies, and that's a chance for Europe too. Europe also will win in terms of increased security of supply and in terms of being able, through integrating the power market and the renewable investments and projects in the contracting parties with their own, from this enlargement of the European power grids and markets. And last not least, it's the energy community that stands to win, and that's something I would like to talk to you about today. The energy community has spent a good part of its existence in the past on harmonizing the legislation in the contracting parties with the legislation applicable in the European Union. It has spent a good part of its existence on reforming national energy markets. Think of unbundling. That's definitely a success story, and it has allowed the TSO of the contracting parties to legitimately remain or join ENTSO-E. But what is less of a success story is the integration of markets. I think it was due to many reasons, including the lack of an appropriate instrumentarium, which have prevented us from getting these benefits also for Europe and for the contracting parties by convincing them to integrate their markets in line with European legislation so far. This new package that is being tabled on 15th of December for adoption will allow precisely this. And it will allow precisely this because there is a new opportunity which we refer to as reciprocity, the creation of a level playing field between the two categories of stakeholders which we usually differentiate in the energy community. The European Union and its member states on one side and the contracting parties on the other side. A level playing field means that we overcome this artificial distinction, at least in the area of electricity. Domestic market reform, the unbundling and the creation of independent energy regulators, so what I refer to as the energy community's main achievements, have become possible thanks to a very powerful driver of the whole process, and that's the export of European law. And in this case, it was mainly the third energy package, as you know. This unilateral export of the EU rules achieves a very important precondition for the level playing field I was talking about earlier. We create homogeneous legal regimes on both sides of the border. They are synced on the DNA of the same European law. But as any one-way street, it has its deficiencies. In this case, that those on the exporting end of the one-way street do not commit to treat the ones on the importing side, the stakeholders, let's say the TSO of the contracting parties of the energy community, in the same manner as they would commit and treat each other. This was not a problem as long as the acquis communautaire was essentially limited to the domestic reforms. But with the market and system network codes, and definitely with the clean energy package, the acquis became more reciprocal by nature. The governance of pan-European or regional terms, conditions and methodologies is a good illustration of this development. They cannot simply be exported. They need to be applied in treating every stakeholder involved equal. Moreover, without reciprocity, also a number of interconnectors remain exempt from European law. The acquis may apply between interconnectors combining or on interconnectors combining member states and member states, and it may apply for interconnectors between contracting parties and contracting parties. But without member states accepting reciprocity, it does not apply for interconnectors and situations, constellations between contracting parties and member states. And these situations just fall into a regulatory void. This simplistic one-way export pattern, which the energy community has previously been following, indeed has reached its limits. To overcome these limits and to reap the full benefits of integrated markets and systems on a pan-European level required a rethinking of the energy community as a mechanism and a vehicle for applying European rules, from unilateral to multilateral. If this is possible, the Energy Community Treaty contracting parties will truly enjoy a privilege as compared to other neighboring EU countries, non-EU countries, which are not part of the energy community. And indeed, the treaty's governance proves both to be very robust and flexible to achieve these results that we're expecting from a creatively exported clean energy package and the set of network codes to the contracting parties. It will achieve, firstly, the implementation of the full set of network codes and the clean energy package by the contracting parties, which will also include binding green targets for 2030, something that is actually another story, but that's also included in the clean energy package as to be applied by the contracting parties in the future. A reconfiguration of the regional setup in Europe by including the contracting parties in regions such as the CCR, the SOR, and also in the RCCs in a year from now, with a TSO under clear and straightforward voting procedures. This will allow the integration of contracting parties to happen immediately once the transposition deadline of the whole package expired, and not face a protracted phase of uncertainty. That's what we definitely wanted to avoid. It will also achieve not only reciprocity among countries and systems, but equal treatment of energy community stakeholders with their member states' peers in decision making, consultation processes, etc., when participating in regional or pan-European setups. And the closure of the regulatory gap on borders between member states and contracting parties by empowering ACER to play the same executive role as it would within the European Union, including the ultimate taking of decisions, of course, after consultation with its shadow institution on the energy community side of the border, the ECRB, will be another major achievement of this package once adopted. And finally, speaking at an ENTSO-E conference, also the extension of ENTSO-E's role as key European governance body, and not only as an association of its members, in the very same manner as it is being established and practiced under the European rules. These are not small achievements. It is now for the parties of the energy community to vote on the design in an inclusive cooperation with all stakeholders. The contracting parties have repeatedly expressed their full support to the package, so we are actually very much positive and hopeful that it will be adopted in December. And then they will enter into a phase of transposition until the contracting parties, as well as the member states and their stakeholders on the European side, will eventually start implementing this package. This is evidently not an easy task, especially if you are a latecomer, but participating actively in the manifold formats that ENTSO-E and ACER have been offering so far, also for our contracting parties and regulators from Eastern and Southeastern Europe, is probably the best possible preparation to be able to achieve this implementation goal in the fastest and in the most cooperative manner possible. And we are all very thankful to ENTSO-E's, to ACER's, to the European Commission's support to this effect. And we count on all of you to continue once that our contracting parties, their TSOs, their regulators are actually part of the club. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Martin Pistora. I work at CEPS as a head of system operations development team, and I also serve as a convener of steering group strategy under the system operations committee at ENTSO-E. Today, I will be talking about the energy community adoption of EU energy law, which I'm very much looking forward to.
The adoption of EU energy law by the energy community contracting parties should conclude by the end of the year. Hopefully, if adopted, it will bring a level playing field to the energy community and EU TSOs and RCCs. This shall improve the level of security of supply, since the energy community and EU TSOs and also other third country TSOs are sharing the same synchronous area, are trying to follow the same rules, but only on a contractual basis through the synchronous area framework agreement. Due to the fact that different national legislations exist, several derogations to the SAFA still exist, so the TSOs do not apply exactly the same rules. However, with the energy community adoption of EU energy law, we are hopeful that such derogation will cease to exist, and it will allow most of the TSOs in the synchronous areas of ENTSO-E to operate under the same rules. Specifically for regional coordination, its importance doesn't have to be highlighted in this forum. However, it's important to know that the regional view goes beyond the individual TSOs observability areas. The models that the RCCs use are simply much greater and therefore can allow identifying system states which are not possible to be identified in the individual TSOs observability areas. This large area is then leveraged to provide safe capacities to the market through the capacity calculation service, an optimal set of remedial actions to the TSOs through the coordinated security analysis service, coordination of outages through the outage planning coordination service, adequacy overview through the short-term adequacy service, and many others. In this context, the coordination of the bidding zone borders between the European Union and the energy community contracting parties is crucial. Today, specifically for the Western Balkan 6 TSOs, their Regional Coordination Center SCC is not considered an RCC, and the coordination on the bidding zone border is not fully clarified. We are hopeful that the adoption of the EU energy law in the energy community will bring this clarity. The scope of the adoption is shown on this slide. Most importantly, starting from Regulation 943, so the Clean Energy Package, which defines the system operation regions and the RCCs. It also defines the new RCC tasks, the 10 of them, and how their methodologies are created and approved. Then is the network codes and guidelines from the third energy package, the CACM, which defines the capacity calculation region and the RCC task of capacity calculation. The SOGL, which defines the 4 RCC tasks already mentioned, including the common grid model creation. NCR, which among others defines the consistency assessment of defense plans and restoration plans, another RCC task. EBGL, which on its own is crucially important, but does not really tackle regional coordination. And ACER regulation, which from the point of view of regional coordination defines the process for adopting decisions on the methodologies of the RCC tasks and others. At ENTSO-E, we are hoping for an optimal outcome of the adoption of the EU energy law in the energy community. That means that ENTSO-E and the GSOs will be able to define EU and energy community CCRs and SORs together in the single and consistent proposal. Currently, this is only done for the European Union TSOs. The adopted package shall allow the energy community and EU RCCs to work as equals seamlessly across borders. This is currently the case for some of the tasks where a pan-European rotation is already in place. However, this should allow for all of the tasks where such interest exists. There shall also be clear provisions on the responsibility for the coordination of European Union and energy community bidding zone borders, and there shall be a legal certainty of energy community TSOs participations in EU RCCs and vice versa. To show this in a picture, on the right-hand side of the slide, you can see a diagram of the existing EU CCRs, the core CCRs to the north, and the SEE CCR to the east, and a grid CCR in Italy and Greece. In the middle, there's a gray area consisting of the Western Balkan 6, which from the current position of EU law does not really exist, but from the physical point of view, it's a part of the synchronous area, and it very much affects the power flows and the behavior of the system. With the adoption of EU energy law in this part of Europe, we are hoping that we will bring everything together and we will be able to coordinate and cooperate as one. Of course, there are more points to the energy community adoption of EU energy law than regional coordination. The set of the pieces of legislation is much bigger than only regional coordination. At ENTSO-E, we are hoping and we are hopeful that the methodologies for system operation, which are currently described in SOGL, will become legally binding both for EU and energy community TSOs. Currently, as I already mentioned, the energy community TSOs are bound contractually by SAFA, which in some cases creates conflicts with their national legislations and leads to some derogations to those provisions. We are hopeful that such derogations will gradually cease to exist. Then another example of maybe a more pressing issue is the NCR, the Network Code on Emergency and Restoration, which shall allow TSOs to help other TSO in emergency state across EU and energy community borders. The NCR process for assistance for active power shall work across the EU and energy community borders. In current state, for example, allowing a process to help Ukraine in case of energy shortage. Why is NCR important? The reason is that it gives more power and more certainty to their TSOs, to the TSOs in normal state, to help the TSOs in emergency. We are hopeful that the energy community adoption of EU energy law will be successfully concluded by the end of the year, implemented in the next year, and fully put into operation and into good use in 2024. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks a lot to Mr. Lovkovsky, Mr. Bouchelet, and Mr. Pistora. Really a challenge for the Southeast Europe. Nevertheless, there are a lot of achievements in the region thanks to the close collaboration among the TSOs. 3 speakers from TSOs of the region will show us the development of a very important new transmission corridor being implemented in the region. We welcome Ms. Nadica Stojanovic, the Executive Director for Investments and Strategy in EMS, Serbian TSO, Mr. Dragan Perunovic, the Director of the Development and Investment Sector in CGES, Montenegrin TSO, and Mr. Corrado Gadaleta, the Head of Interconnections and Sustainability of Development Plan in Italian Terna.
Hello, my name is Nadica Stojanovic. I'm the Executive Director for Investment and Development in joint stock company Elektromreža Serbia. My presentation concerns Trans-Balkan Corridor project in Serbia. Thank you for interest in this project. This presentation is regarding Trans-Balkan Corridor project in Serbia, goals of the project, status, and transmission corridors in future. Trans-Balkan Corridor is part of ENTSO-E 10-year network development plans and associated regional investment plans from 2012 up to now. It has label Project of Energy Community Interest. Goals and benefits of the project are national, through increasing transmission capacity within Serbia, and regional, through increasing transfer capacities on the Serbian borders with Romania, Montenegro, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Together with high voltage DC cable project between Italy and Montenegro, it helps strengthening regional and pan-European energy paths from northeast Romania to the southwest Italy. In Serbia, Trans-Balkan Corridor has 4 sections with total line routes of 321 kilometers and with upgrading of 2 substations to 400 kV voltage level. Total estimated value in 2022 is 185.4 million euros. First section is double overhead line between substation Pančevo in Serbia to substation Rešice in Romania. Section 1 in Serbia is completed in December 2017, but full utilization has not achieved yet due to delay on the Romanian side. In this moment, one system or overhead line is connected to the internal 110 network in Serbia and benefits in reducing losses in Banat region. Second section is overhead line between Kragujevac to Kraljevo 3 and upgrading of substation Kraljevo 3. Second section is completed and energized in June 2022. Double 400 kV overhead line between Obrenovac and Bajina Bašta in Serbia and upgrading substation Bajina Bašta to 400 kV voltage level are section 3. Estimated deadline for construction is 2026. Changes in technical solutions and volatile market affected that the estimated investment value for this section increased in 2022 for almost 50%. The last, fourth section, is double overhead line between Bajina Bašta in Serbia, Višegrad in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and forward Pljevlja in Montenegro. Estimated deadline for construction is 2027. EMS received connection request from EPS for pump hydropower plant Bistrica in December 2021. For connection of Bistrica, it is needed to equip both line circuits along the whole route in fourth section. Besides Trans-Balkan Corridor, EMS has other interconnection projects which are seen in ENTSO-E 10-year network development plan. These projects will strengthen transfer capacity in Serbia and on the border of Serbia and will help better connection of transmission systems and energy markets. First mid-term project is North Central Southeast Corridor, which is already part of investment plan and consists of substation Belgrade 50, 400 kV line to Tribuk power plant, and doubling of existing 400 kV power line from Đerdap in Serbia to Port-de-Fil in Romania. Second project is Pannonian Corridor, which will be part of EMS investment plan for the next year, and it contains investments line from Subotica 3 in Serbia to Sandolfafe in Hungary, then construction of line between Sombor 3 in Serbia and Novi Sad 3 in Serbia, and finally a double line between Belgrade 50 and Sremska Mitrovica 2 in Serbia. Long-term projects in EMS are Central Balkan Corridor, tightly connected with Trans-Balkan Corridor, and it will enable transmission energy from east to west. Investments of Central Balkan Corridor are doubling of existing 400 kV line from Sofia, Bulgaria to Niš, Serbia, reconstruction of 220 kV lines from Niš to Kruševac and Kruševac to Kraljevo, and then upgrading them to 400 kV voltage level, construction of new overhead line 400 kV from Kraljevo to Požega, upgrading of Požega, and construction of two 400 kV lines, which will be directly connected to the Trans-Balkan Corridor. Second long-term project is project of construction of 400 kV line from Sombor 3 in Serbia to Ernestinovo in Croatia. Thank you very much for your attention.
My name is Dragan Perunović. I'm here on behalf of CGS, Montenegrin Transmission System Operator, joint stock company. My position in company is Director of Development and Investment Sector, and in the previous time I worked on Project Trans-Balkan Corridor in different roles. Currently I am Project Coordinator. Thank you very much for support. This is a presentation regarding Trans-Balkan Electricity Corridor from the Montenegrin perspective, focusing on the two phases of the project. First one, which is already completed successfully, and the second one, which is ongoing, but also regarding transmitted energy and the future plans related to this project. Trans-Balkan Corridor project in Montenegro is one basically very big overhead line project from very south to the very north of Montenegro, or Lastva, Čevo, Pljevlja Serbian border. The project is part of Energy Community Interest PECI list. Because of this situation, CGS and State of Montenegro has received 25 million grants from EU funds for financing this, partly financing this project. The rest are financed by EBRD KFL loan and also our own CGS funds. On this first slide, you can see the first phase of the project, which is already completed. Basically consists of Italian part, which is DC part of the project, 600 megawatts HVDC Vinjanova Kotor and AC/DC converter station in Kotor municipality, but also a Montenegrin part of CGS part, which is consists of substation 400 to 110 to 35 kV in Lastva, and input-output of this substation to the existing OHL 400 kV Trebinje Podgorica, which is the 35 kilometer distance. On this slide, it is presented second phase of the project Trans-Balkan Corridor in Montenegro, which is currently in progress. The main part of the project here is overhead line Lastovo-Pljevlja, section Čevo-Pljevlja, which is currently ongoing, and around 90% of the construction has been completed, and estimated entrance into operation is 2023. For the next step, it is Pljevlja-Bajina Bašta or Pljevlja-Serbian border for our side, which are currently under preparation. Planning document is prepared but not adopted, and preliminary designs are prepared with the estimated date of operation 2026. Beside this, I need to say that part of the project is also the completion of reconstruction of 15 substation, which means replacement of HV equipment and new control protection device, which we expect to complete up to the end of this year. On this slide is clearly visible the benefit of the current first phase of the project already completed in Italy-Montenegro interconnection for our system. In 2021, the CGS transmitted a total of 8,708 gigawatt-hours of electricity for the needs of Montenegro electricity system and the transit of electricity for the needs of other system and interconnection. As in 2020, we are recording the trends in record amounts of total energy transmitted by CGS through its transmission system. On the first photo, it is visible the last 10 years of total transmitted energy. And on the second photo, you can see the transmitted energy by the border between Montenegro and neighboring system. Trans-Balkan corridor successful story has its own implication in the further development of Montenegrin transmission system. There are more than 2 gigawatts interest in renewable sources, dominantly in solar in the central and western parts of Montenegro. The new interconnection with the neighboring system are planned. Beside this one, also with Albania in the region of Ulcin, and also with Bosnia through Brezna-Sarajevo interconnection. There are also several internal network reinforcement projects, mainly in the coastal area, in the Podgorica area, where there is a huge increase of consumption in the last several years. Our system will need also some smart grid project development, such as variable shunt reactor, synchronous compensator, dynamic line rating, etc. In total, 5 years investment plan is around 160 million euros, which is quite significant for our small system. Thanks for your attention. I would be happy to answer on any question or concern that you have in relation to this topic.
Hello, good morning. My name is Corrado Gadaleta. I'm Head of Interconnection, System Efficiency and Sustainability of Terna, Italian Transmission System Operator. Hello, good morning. Hello to all. I will say thanks having that opportunity to meet all of you colleagues. Let me introduce my speech about Southeast Europe region challenges on Trans-Balkan electricity corridors. I focus on 2 projects, Monita and Greta. With regard to phase 1, Monita project is an electrical bridge between Italy and Balkan region. It consists of total 1,200 HVDC capacity split in 2 poles. The phase 1 600 megawatt pole is in operation since 2019, and it consists in a mainly 423 kilometers of subsea cable in the Adriatic Sea. The link interconnects the 400 kV Villanova Cipagatti substation with the 400 kV Koto substation. The maximum depth reaches 1,215 meters. The second pole of Moneta project is already permitted, expected in operation in 2026 or when the needed transmission reinforcement in Balkan area will be completed. The value of interconnection link is its capacity to be operated in a bidirectional way, so that it can provide positive value and benefits along all the life cycle, even if the energy scenario will change. The history of Moneta is that it has been planned to import energy from Balkan to Italy. But now, when the policy target imposes to reach ambitious RES capacity installed, it would be used even for different scope. For example, exporting in Balkan the renewable energy produced in Italy. You can see the current situation in Italy. More than 200 gigawatt of RES connection application requests, localized mainly on the south of Italy. The 10-year target in Italy is up to 70 gigawatt of new RES installed capacity. With the aim to approach in the same way on a different border, for example, the Greece border, we can talk about the Grita project. The existing 500 megawatt Grita link is in operation since 2001. In the 2021 National Development Plan, Terna has presented a 500 megawatt increase of the interconnection capacity between the south of Italy and Greece. The preliminary assessment conducted with the ADMIA collaboration have identified positive feasibility feedback outcomes. The future system operating conditions can change rapidly, day to yearly. For example, generation profile, daily and the evening ramp, residual load, really lower during the day with high production of solar, capacity installed, and so on. Even policy target will be addressed to highest RES penetration. Due to what above, the value of interconnection project should be rediscussed. If European platforms like Terre, Mari, Picasso already treat a framework in which existing systems can share services by using available border capacity, Terna and ADMIA have analyzed the new Grita project up to additional 1,000 megawatt in order to evaluate a wider categories of benefit and advantages, not only traditional related to the day-ahead market, but even additional in the balancing market, estimating the added value the project can achieve. Of course, why not? We can even discuss the reserve market service provider. So, to complete my speech, all here presented demonstrate the needs of collaboration between system transmission actors in order to plan, realize, and use or estimate benefits and advantages to the interconnected transmission systems provided by existing and new interconnection projects. Thank you for your attention, and I open for any questions you can raise.
Thank you to all our speakers for their interesting positions. Please remember to vote and give feedback with your questions at our platform. We saw how TSOs in Southeast region managed to improve, expand, and strengthen transmission infrastructure, but some more steps are needed from the market perspective to integrate non-EU countries into the European electricity market. Zumas Christoforos and Dan Stojčevski, representing the power exchanges, will present us their views and schedules towards the coupling of the markets in Southeast Europe.
Hello again. For almost more than a half of a decade, The EU day-ahead and intraday power markets are operating in an integrated coupled mode, providing transparency in price formation, pan-European competition, market welfare maximization, and better opportunities to European end consumers. But how this came into reality and what are the immediate next steps for the market coupling? Let's have a quick look. Having more than 92% of the volume traded in the power spot markets, the single day-ahead market is the basic arena for physical power trading in the EU. The aim of the single day-ahead coupling is to create a single pan-European cross-zonal day-ahead electricity market. Single day-ahead coupling allocates scarce cross-border transmission capacity in the most efficient way by coupling wholesale electricity markets from different regions through a common algorithm, simultaneously taking into account cross-border transmission constraints, thereby maximizing the market's social welfare. Currently, single day-ahead coupling includes 49 nominated electricity market operators and transmission system operators. The geographic coverage of the single day-ahead coupling includes all EU countries. The energy community countries, including Western Balkan 6 countries, are the next candidates for connecting to single day-ahead coupling, where almost all of the relevant PXs and TSOs are already observers to the single day-ahead coupling operation. But single day-ahead coupling didn't happen at once. It started back in 2014 for the NWE and CWE countries, followed by the SWE and 4MMC countries. Italy and Slovenia entered the single day-ahead coupling in 2015, and during the same year, the CWE flow-based coupling entered in operation. Croatia, Poland and Bulgaria entered single day-ahead coupling in isolated mode in 2016. By the end of the same year, the Austrian-Slovenian border was also included. The Slovenian-Croatian border entered coupling at 2018, where at the same year Ireland was also included and the German-Austrian bidding zone splitting was also implemented. Between 2018 and 2020, multi-NEMO arrangement projects like the CWE and Nordic ones, introducing the NEMO competition concept, were implemented. By the end of 2020, Greece also coupled with single day-ahead coupling through the Greek-Italian border. 6 months later, Bulgaria coupled with single day-ahead coupling via the Greek-Bulgarian border and concluded its single day-ahead coupling at the Romanian border by the end of the same year. In 2022, the basic milestone is the completion of the core flow-based project. The clear objectives of single day-ahead coupling is to provide more competition for market participants in a cost-efficient manner for transmission capacity allocation, improving at the same time the security of supply and the price signals transparency. These objectives are achieved in a coordinated operation based on a common market coupling plan, algorithm methodology and governance that resulted in more than 3,000 successful market coupling sessions since the February 2014 launch. Even the isolated decoupling events for these 9 years of operation were managed successfully following strict backup and fallback procedures by the involved NEMOs and TSOs. It is worth mentioning that everyday single day-ahead coupling operations require a solution in just 17 minutes for achieving market coupling results for almost all EU. As of 2020 figures, a daily average of 4.9 terawatt-hours traded energy results in more than 1,500 terawatt-hours per year volume. Single day-ahead coupling extensions over the years increased the total cleared volume in day-ahead market, starting up at 2014 with a quarterly clearing volume of 150 terawatt-hours to around 400 terawatt-hours by 2021, representing 2/3 of the EEA countries and Norway consumption. Price convergence between coupled bidding zones is also a figure used for measuring the effects of the single day-ahead coupling efficiency and an indicator for future investments in interconnection capacity. The Greek-Italian and Greek-Bulgarian price convergence patterns clearly indicate room for additional capacity investments. Single intraday coupling complements the short-term spot power trading in EU, introducing implicit and sometimes explicit allocation. The XBIT solution implements the continuous intraday trading, which, according to CACM, is the preferred solution of the coupled intraday market. The objective of the single intraday coupling was to establish a common cross-border implicit continuous intraday trading solution across Europe, where all the cross-border capacities are allocated. With the implementation of the 3 main modules of the SITC system, namely the shared order book, the capacity management module, and the shipping module, SIDC accommodates the continuous matching of orders of participants in one bidding zone, with orders coming from their own bidding zone and from any bidding zone where cross-zonal capacity is available, and provides the optimal path for shipping the energy of the concluded trades. Single intraday coupling, in other words the XBIT solution, initiated back in 2013 as a voluntary initiative of the NWE and CWE PXs and TSOs. After 3 years of design, prototyping, contractual preparations and solution provider selection process, the development of the XBIT solution started in 2015. Testing for XBIT first wave NEMOs and TSO started at late 2016 and was concluded by June 2018, marking the go-live of the first XBIT wave. During this development and testing period, the accession stream enabled the majority of NEMOs and TSOs to onboard the XBIT project for getting prepared under their local implementation projects for the next go-live waves by 2019 and 2021. After covering almost all EU by 3 waves, the last 4th wave go-live by end November this year will include the Greek and Slovakian borders. In the 4th XBIT wave, local implementation projects 14 Phase B and 17, concerning 9 NEMOs and 7 TSOs, will couple the Greek and Slovakian borders to their neighbors. Following the successful execution of the XBIT testing and contractual requirements, the 4th wave go-live is expected by the 29th of November 2022. SIDC extensions, increased intraday trading due to the emerging renewables penetration, and introduction of automated trading over the last years increased significantly the number of orders transactions and concluded trades, resulting in more than 8 million trades and 150 million order transactions. Prior concluding this quick reference to single day-ahead coupling and single intraday coupling, let's focus a bit on the upcoming steps forward. Everyday business of the single day-ahead coupling and single intraday coupling workgroups of NEMOs and TSOs include also the assessment, design and implementation of several requests for changes. Such requests for changes include configuration updates, operational timing adjustments, price limits adaptations, introduction of new PXs and TSO parties, and new order types. This is a continuous process for the involved parties. The geographic extension of single day-ahead coupling and single intraday coupling is a permanent priority. For the European Community countries, this extension roadmap includes the transposition of the CACM and other regulations of the EU acquis. Starting by December 2022, such confirmation process is expected to be initiated. The introduction of the pan-European intraday auctions, aside the existing XBIT solution, is set as a priority by the NRAs, with an aim of being live by Q1 2024. NEMOs and TSOs and IT providers are already in the implementation phase, utilizing existing day-ahead market infrastructure and implementing new interfaces to the continuous trading. Intense risk concentration and decarbonization policy targets are resulting in the introduction of the 15-minute products for the day-ahead market too. Taking into consideration the complexity of the day-ahead market problem and the stable requirements for efficient management of the day-ahead market process, the NEMOs and TSOs of the single day-ahead coupling, in cooperation with the NRAs, have replanned the 15-minute products introduction for 2025. Finally, assessments for cross-product matching, non-uniform pricing, and optimization of balancing products are also under NEMOs and TSOs research and development activities. Thank you very much for your attention.
My name is Dejan Stojčevski. I am Chief Operating Officer in Serbian Power Exchange. I will present you status of non-European Union countries in Western Balkan 6 region in the process of joining to the internal European market. At the beginning, I will highlight the main facts of market coupling European Union, which are the projects of day-ahead and intraday market coupling are one of the main goals of the European Union. These projects are most successful in the process of establishing internal European market. It is binding for all European Union countries. The process of market coupling are regulated by CACM regulation. Market coupling projects were imposed to the TSOs and NEMOs as binding, but on the other hand, they have the right to reimbursement of those costs. Those costs relate to development, establishment, updating, and operational work of market coupling. One of the main issues is cost recovery and sharing the cost between TSO and NEMO. In front of you, it's ENTSO-E map, and we can say from electricity point of view that it's one highly networked and interdependent electric power system. ENTSO-E is responsible for the safe and reliable operation of synchronous areas, taking into account power flows, network congestion, and coordination between TSOs. The same should be also for the market. For real internal European market, Western Balkan 6 region is the piece of puzzle which is missing. It is obviously from the picture that the yellow part is a barrier that prevents the achievement of the full benefit that should be obtained by establishing a single electricity market. The interest of everyone that this region join the single European market as soon as possible. What are the benefits of market coupling for the Western Balkan 6 region? It increases security of supply, increases liquidity, enables transparent and more reliable regional wholesale price convergence, optimization of cross-zonal capacity calculations, maximization and more efficient allocation of cross-zonal capacities, more efficient, cost-effective implementation of renewable sources, enables energy transition, increased social welfare. It's very important to understand who is responsible for the implementation operation of the market coupling. This is a common task between NEMOs and TSOs, which clear roles and responsibility defined in CMC guidelines. Let's see current status of organized day-ahead and intraday markets and market coupling projects in the region. Related day-ahead market, CPEX, Serbian Power Exchange, has operational day-ahead market in isolated mode since 2016, and CPEX was designated as a NEMO in June 2022. Till now, CPEX is only one operational power exchanges in the region. Day-ahead market in Albania, Montenegro, and North Macedonia is in implementation phase. Operational work is expected during 2023. Bosnia and Herzegovina, the day-ahead market is design phase. Related intraday market, continuous intraday market are not yet implemented in Western Balkan 6 region. CPEX will implement the continuous intraday market in isolated operation in 2023. Other markets areas still do not have a clear plan for intraday market implementation. Related ongoing market coupling projects under Energy Community umbrella are Bulgaria, North Macedonia, and IMS, it means Albania, Italy, Montenegro, Serbia project. These projects are still in the initial stages. What are the main obstacles for the integration of the Western Balkan 6 region within the internal European market? No operational power exchanges, the CACM regulation is not binding, VAT and tax framework are not harmonized with European Union practice. How Western Balkan 6 region can overcome obstacles and proceed with integration of internal European Union markets? On the screen, you can see possible solution. The most important issue is transposition of CACM guidelines in the Western Balkan 6 region. Official decision will be made by Energy Community Ministerial Council in December this year. This process is driven by the Energy Community Secretariat in close cooperation with the European Commission. For European market coupling, the formal recognition of ACER is key due to agency role. During 2023, each Western Balkan 6 parties have to adopt CACM guidelines, meaning transposing into the national legislation. Establishment of exchanges in all Western Balkan 6 market areas are expected during 2023 till 2025. In order to speed up the process without waiting for the completion of transposition of the CMC guidelines into national legislation, it is possible to start market coupling projects. During 2023-2024, initiation of bilateral regional coupling project between Western Balkan 6 countries and TSOs and NEMO, at least one neighboring SDAC-CD country. Preparation of documents and procedures such as local IT development, local testing, local procedure, local agreements. Preparation of roadmap and information about the planned testing and go-live window. Proposed project must not overlap with SDAC-CD major developments. Eventual market coupling of Western Balkan 6 country with SDAC and CIDIC depending of maturity. In the meantime, VAT and tax framework should be harmonized with European Union practice. At the end, we can conclude that If everything is going smoothly, integration of the Western Balkan 6 region into SDAC and SEDEC is expected in the period 2025-2026. Thank you.
And now we are coming to the last panel of the conference dedicated to the coordination of TSOs and RCCs in Southeast Europe. The chairman of the System Operation Committee of ENTSO-E, Tahir Kapetanovic, will moderate this panel. We have 6 distinguished speakers from various organizations. I call Mr. Kapetanovic to introduce this discussion.
Good afternoon, dear ladies and gentlemen, and a warm welcome to this last, and I would say by quality of our panelists, very, very high quality and interesting panel. We have with us Jasmina Terhul from Energy Community Secretariat, Professor Zervas from Athens University, Mr. Zoran Mirsinovic from ESA, then my fellow colleague from a TSO world, Enrico Carlini from Terna, Italian TSO, and 2 directors, the CEO of SEleNe and Managing Director of SCC. I will ask each of them to say a word about them when we come to their individual contributions. The panel will be like this. Let me first maybe say a few words about the regional coordination in Europe and the significance in Southeast Europe. It started back then in 2008. It was a voluntary initiative by the TSO community. Today it's legally framed, it's legally binding, set up for the regional coordination centers, and we are really well underway implementing it throughout the whole continent. In Southeast Europe, there are 2 RCCs, Regional Coordination Centers SEleNe and SCC, and they support the TSOs with common grid model, capacity calculation, and all the other services where TSO work across the national borders. It is essential that the 2 RCCs, SEleNe and SCC, can really closely cooperate with seamless takeover of duties if necessary, if need to provide a backup to each other, and to have really effective mutual collaboration and support. There is a model for such a collaboration. It is in the core region, in the Central Europe, with TSC-NET and Coreso. And we at ENTSO-E have already initiated technical steps with our colleagues from TSOs and from RCCs to facilitate utilization of these experiences. However, there are still a number of legal and regulatory components which we need to make a perfect meal of this. The importance of this close cooperation is also amplified in our, I would say, daily business, especially in analyzing our system split, which happened in continental Europe on the 8th of January 2021, where we were, among others, calling and recommended both a fully coordinated one common grid model for the whole region of Southeast Europe and a coordinated capacity calculation on all borders at all time frames. So the complex situation in Southeast Europe, where a number of countries are EU members and the others are not, so the TSOs and RCCs operating there have different legal framework, call for very strong engagement of legislators in order to align legal frameworks with EU acquis communautaire. Only then will it be feasible for TSOs and for RCCs in the region to unleash the full potential of our experience and excellence in providing the best security for the system. Energy Community Secretariat plays obviously a key role in this process. This being said, I immediately pass the word to our first 2 panelists. This is Duško Tubic and Yanis Kabouris. Yanis is the CEO of SEleNe, and Duško is the Managing Director of SCC. Yanis and Duško, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Tahir, for giving floor to me. I will speak about the Security Coordination Center in the Belgrade, SCC, as well as about the regulatory framework in Southeast Europe, which is necessary for the cooperation and coordination of work between TSOs and RCCs. I would give some basic information about SCC, that SCC founders and shareholders are Bosnian, Montenegrin, and Serbian TSO. And beside them, the SCC provides services also to OST, MEPSO, and TEAS. Which services provide the SCC to its service user? This is the well-known 5 core RSC services, as well as coordination in critical grid situation, logistic help, and the consistency check of power system defense plan. Additionally, SCC, together with other RSCs, participate in development and operational implementation of the following pan-European services: creation of common grid model in CGMS, in outage planning coordination, and short-term adequacy calculation, about speak our colleagues Andriana this morning. And we are very proud on that our information security management system in SCC is certificated according to ISO 27001 standard, and this ICMS is covering all parts of the company, and also all employees and our all key subcontractors have to respect this standard in cooperation with us. Additionally, implementation of this ISO 27001 helps SCC to fulfill requirements of ENTSO-E MVS security plan and to receive permission for permanent connection to OPD. Now, a few words about the regulatory framework. SCC shareholders recognize the need for regional cooperation and coordination in the process of operational planning, and established SCC 7 years ago, although they had no legal obligation. It is important to point out. And SCC provides RCC services to TSOs in Southeast Europe in accordance with the requirement and standard defined by EU regulation, because we are in close cooperation with our EU colleagues from the RCCs. Also, and unfortunately, there are no regulatory preconditions for the realization of RCC function defined by Clean Energy Package. For example, SOR and also CCR are not defined yet for the EU TSOs in non-EU TSOs in South Europe, which is prerequisite for implementation of ROSC and coordinated capacity calculation.
If I may ask you to speed up a little bit so that we have time for the discussion later.
For implementation in energy community will create the same regulatory framework for operation of all Southeast TSOs and RSCs, EU and non-EU. And at the end, a few words about one specificity in Southeast Europe. Our colleague Martin Pistora already told in his presentation about a lot of borders between EU and non-EU TSOs in Southeast Europe. You also can see all these borders on this map. And for these borders, beside the direct cooperation of neighboring TSOs, also is the cooperation of their RCCs is necessary. And if you can allow me and to propose that on this border, we need equal distribution of responsibility to SCC and the neighboring EU RCCs, namely TSCnet, Coreso, and SEleNe, because this is the best option from technical point of view and also from point of view of non-EU TSOs. This is only fair solution. Thank you very much for your attention, and
yes,
I finished.
I think now it's better that you can hear me. I kindly ask all my panelist colleagues to keep it under 5 minutes. It was a bit longer. We need to give some room to the audience. So Yanis, the floor is yours now, but please try to stay within 5 minutes if possible. Thank you.
Okay, so good evening, everybody. Yanis Kabouris from SCC and CC. What I wanted to discuss with you today is, first of all, I think some words about SCC and CC. SCC and CC is the last coordinator that was actually integrated in Europe. So just to say that the company was created during the pandemic, so we are proud and we see it is an achievement to start producing all the services by 1st July 2022 according to the schedule. It is located in Thessaloniki, the second largest city of Greece, and the TSOs that are participating is ENTSO-E of Bulgaria, IPTO of Greece, TERN of Italy, and Transelectric of Romania. RCC SEleNe actually serves 2 CCRs, Southeast Europe and Greece, and also we have a subsidiary in Rome called Esperia. I think my colleague Enrico Carlini will speak about that later on. That deals with the 6 out of the 7 bidding zones of Italy. So as all of RSCs, SEleNe has been upgraded to an RCC by 1st July this year, and actually it has a responsibility for the Southeast System Operation region. Of course, we'll serve the same TSOs in the future, and what is worth to say here is that this achievement was actually materialized thanks to the very high degree of collaboration and the very smooth collaboration among the TSOs in Southeast. So we're a small company, just 16 people there, but I think we work at the state of the art, not only with the softwares, but also with IT, with special care for cybersecurity. I will be fast in this slide just to show you how we started from July 2019, and actually within this short time, to my opinion, we are now stepping together with the other RCCs in Europe. About the developments, the status quo, of course, we give all the services. Also, we collaborate with the other RCCs in Europe in order to actually align with them. We participate in all relevant ENTSO-E bodies, etc. And we have also very nice collaboration, not only among the TSOs, but also with SCC in Belgrade, especially in security issues. And we have actually a collaboration that actually gives us more guarantees on security. So now we are ready to connect to the pan-European merging function of GCA MES through the OPD platform. Also, we declare our readiness to start timely the long-term capacity calculation. Just to tell you that we are in dry runs now and everything goes smoothly. Very soon, within this month or maybe early next month, we'll be fully connected to the OPD platform. And now we are under the preparation for ROSC, which is not an easy task. And also, we are still preparing our infrastructure. Okay, and about the new services, I think everything has been said. What I would like to underline here is that the ROSC the regional operational security coordination methodology, I think, is the most important, as it calls for remedial actions optimization and cost sharing among the benefited TSOs in the SOR. Also, it is asking for sharing the reserves. I think these two tasks and facilitating actually all this balancing procedure in the SOR. I would say that they are not easy tasks at all. It's a lot of actually innovation and maybe research in that. Uwe, I think, underlined that very, very well. But we are all working together, I mean, in the level of ENTSO-E in order to make the next steps. Another issue not mentioned so far is that I think that the contribution to the network development plan will be of much importance, because the RSCs will have the broader view on each region, and also I think that gradually we will have a very good database on where the problems and the congestions can appear. Also, another issue very much important is the sharing of reserve capacities, really a challenge. We have to make the sizing of the capacities, but also to facilitate the procurement in the regional, of the capacities in the regional level. And of course, that is something that we feel and live today with, that is the identification of some scenarios of crisis in the region. But not everything is, smooth. We have some specific problems here, where an RCC with a limited number of TSOs, so the financial issues are very important for us. Louise referred to that previously. I think that ICOL that should give something like an advice to the regulators that they should accept the proved cost of RCCs, so not to have this type of problems. But what is very much important, and has been already said in detail, is these discrepancies in the legislation. What I want to underline here is that the 70% target cannot be applied if we cannot align the legislation. The same stands with ROS methodology, but also it's not easy, I would say, rather impossible to move to flow-based methodologies for the capacity calculations. So there is an urgency to align the legislation in WB6 with the European one. A lot of details have been already said in the previous session, but I want to, for another time, underline and say that collaboration is always the key to success. And we have a lot of stories. We don't have time now to say why, how this collaboration, which is still close in the region for many decades, has a lot of mutual benefits for the TSOs in the region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ioannis and Duško, for a good overview from the RCC perspective, which brings us to our second, I would say, pair of contributors. Is Zoran Vujasinovic from ESA. Zoran is a policy officer for market codes, but he also works closely in other areas together with ENTSO-E. And Enrico Carlini, my colleague from Terna. Enrico is director for grid planning, interconnection, and permitting at Terna, and also has a very long history of international engagement in the region. So Zoran and Enrico, please, floor is yours.
The planning and the interconnection department. In my field of interest are in the system development and planning and design of network, and in the past also in system operation, real-time control over the Italian electricity transmission sector. My presentation will touch two main points. As you can see in the screen, the first one is the focus on the coordinated capacity calculation performed by Esperia for the grid CCR. In this section, I put all the relevant statistics on the results from the first 9 months of operation. And the second point is I'm going to take a look at the recent grid development project in the Southeast regions. So Esperia is the Italian subsidiary of SEleNe Coordination Center. The company was established in November 2020 in order to address the peculiarity of the Italian system and the 7 internal bidding zones belonging to the grid regions. This solution is foreseen by EU regulation of internal market of electricity, and provide that the transmission system operators of a system operation region may establish a regional desk to deal with the sub-regional specificities and efficient, reliable exercise of their task. On July the 1st, 2020, the Italian and Greek regulator, ARERA and RAE, appointed SEleNe as the RSC in charge of the grid region, and as required by the Clean Energy Package, 2 years later, SEleNe turned into its actual status of SCC on July the 1st, 2022. On the right part of the slide, you can see that the SEleNe is owned equally by the 3 power system operators, that the 3 countries of Southeast Europe, Italy, Greece, and Bulgaria. And according to the corporate governance, SEleNe acts as an holding company of Esperia, while Esperia acts as a subsidiary company, providing the grid TSOs with certain sub-regional services through ad hoc service agreements. I think the fair say that the most important service provided by Esperia to the grid TSOs is the day-ahead coordinated capacity calculation. This service, as you know, consists in computing the transfer capacity with the coordinated net transmission capacity approach. And you can see in this slide that in the first 9 months of operation of SEleNe, we have a significant increase of total transfer capacity delivery to the market. So for every bidding zone, the 7 internal bidding zone, TTC value calculated by the coordination center are higher than the reference daily values derived from Terna annual reference value. So this is the main value of the Esperia. The Clean Energy Package established a clear rule, so the so-called 70% target to be met by transmission system operators on all critical nectar elements. So in particular, taking into account the Article 16 of the Regulation 943, TSOs are required to limit the effect of the TTC value of remedial action adopted to solve congestion, control loop flow inside the bidding zone, and consequently ensure the maximum TTC value and made available to the market. So as you can see in this slide, in the first 9 months of operation of SEleNe, the mean value of the margin available for cross-zonal trade reached in the day-ahead TTC calculation delivered by Esperia is significantly above the Clean Energy Package minimum requirement, 70%. So in terms of the development in the Southeast region, you can see in this slide that the interconnection with the Montenegro, Italy-Montenegro interconnection include, as you know, a new HVDC undersea cable between the 2 substations, Villanova in Italy and Lasta in Montenegro. Commercial operation of the Monita cable started in December 2019 with the first 600 megawatt capacity. So you can see in this slide the historical data of energy exchanged across the link showed the 2 main trends. So the first of all, the yearly exchange increased over the time from about 2,700 gigawatt hour to 3,860 gigawatt hour, so plus 43%. And secondary, power flow are mainly in the direction from Montenegro to Italy, as stated also in the national Italian National Development Plan. The Monita project will double the current HVDC connection between the station of Italy and Montenegro, increasing the interconnection capacity to 1,200 megawatt in both directions. Since the first Monita project was designed considering the possibility of a second pole, it will only be necessary to lay the marine HVDC cable, while the converter station and the laying of a terrestrial cable have already been completed. So the project is part of the trans-balkan corridor and is presented also in the ENTSO-E TNDP as a strategic investment in the region. So the interconnection will improve the link between Italian peninsula and the Southeast Europe to achieve different targets. For instance, promoting the exchange of renewables, creating a stronger interconnection European electricity grid, and also enhancing the operation security in Italy and in the Balkans. You can see also some detail about the cost-benefit analysis and be used by Terna to assess the impact of the project during the life cycle of the project. You can see also in this slide also another important investment. So in the 2021 edition of the Terna National Development Plan is considered also a new interconnection with Greece, Italy-Greece. The reasoning and opportunity of the project are, of course, in the recent year, the southern area of Italy have been put under stress by the massive installation of the renewable power plants. Over the last 2 years, also an unprecedented volume of RES connection requests have affected the South Italy, given the availability of primary resource in the regions, and also the existing link Grita interconnection entering into operation 20 years ago in 2002. And now is therefore more than 20 years old. So in light of this, Terna and ADBIED are studying a new HVDC interconnection between Italy and Greece that will complement the module already in operation. The new project will increase the NTC between the border by 500 megawatt with a potential increase of up to 1,000 megawatt. So the new Grita project will deliver several benefits in terms of market efficiency, CO2 emission, and security of supply. In greater detail, among main advantages are the reduction of the price spread, increase of renewables generation integrated into European electricity system, and of course the increase of energy balancing services exchange capacity. You can see in this slide some main numbers. So the analysis performed in 2021 edition of Terna National Development Plan estimated that is the following energy exchange. So in 2030 horizon, the full Grita link will work in both directions, even if flows from Greece to Italy will be higher. In long term, let's say in 2040 horizon, the full Grita link will work mainly in direction from the southern Italy to Greece. So, and for further analysis and sensitivities has been performed with the ADBIED, proving a positive benefit of an interconnection. So, like for the Monita cable, the project is part of the trans-balkan corridor, so it reach to invest needs presented also by ENTSO-E community. So the interconnection and will improve the following target in terms of promoting the exchange of renewables, creating a strong interconnection European electricity grid, and also enhancing the operation security in Italy and in the Balkan areas. Thank you. This is my last slide.
Hi everyone. My name is Zoran Vujasinovic. I work in Acer in Ljubljana as policy officer in Acer's electricity market codes team. Before that, I was working in Electricity Coordinating Center, or EKC, in Belgrade in period between 2000 and 2020. My expertise are European and energy community electricity markets, network modeling and development, capacity calculation, allocation, congestion management, and balancing markets. Today, I will take part in the panel on the regional coordination in Southeast Europe, providing Acer's view on this topic. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Today, I'm going to present you the Acer's view on the regional coordination in the Southeast Europe through this short presentation. Then we can discuss it further on during the panel. So in the introduction, I would say that there's a well-known strong interdependence of both electricity networks and markets in the SE region, which goes beyond national borders and beyond the EU and non-EU interface. Therefore, every further integration of SE in the EU electricity market is in mutual benefit of all. We in Acer see the currently ongoing extension of the electricity market regulation and the CACEM regulation towards the energy community parties in the SE region as an important and necessary prerequisite for full-fledged integration. Definitely, the existing RCCs in SE region have an important role in this integration and coordination. Therefore, we would encourage SCC and SEleNe to seek for the ways of cooperation in the regional coordination. One of the crucial topics is the determination of capacity calculation regions. As we could have seen in the determination of a CCR to include the Western Balkan 6 TSOs, their integration in the Southeast European CCR containing already Romania, Bulgaria and Greece has been considered most of the time. This region applies NTC-based capacity calculation and allocation. However, another option is to consider the Western Balkan 6 to the core CCR, which applies for flow-based approach. The actual CACEM regulation, that is its Article 20.4, foresees that SE energy community parties should first approach to the SDAC, market coupling, and that in the NTC-based manner, before any considering of the flow-based approach. However, CACEM also sees the flow-based approach as the next step for the whole region. So, in the longer-term perspective, Acer sees both parts of the SE region, that means EU countries and non-EU, to become part of the joint flow-based CCR. Unfortunately, the process of CACEM 2.0 is currently frozen, but we expect that once restarted, it will further boost such an extension of the flow-based approach. Finally, a few words regarding the 70% requirement and monitoring. We would propose that energy community TSOs start regular monitoring of margin available for cross-zonal trade as soon as possible. Together with their NRAs, they are supposed to ensure common approach in 70% monitoring, hopefully using Acer's recommendation 1/2019 on MACZT as the basis. We also expect that energy community parties will implement the relevant acquis as soon as possible. All parties should further support extension of coordinated area for capacity calculation, which is also valid for MACZT monitoring. This will provide better coordination and therefore better results in 70% requirement monitoring. This includes mutual recognition of EU and non-EU capacity calculation processes as explained in the Acer's recommendation. Also, wherever this is possible, we would recommend composite NTC calculation as long as the NTC approach is in place. In perspective, as already mentioned, we would consider the flow-based approach for the whole region. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Zoran, for your contribution as well. Now we have a view of RCCs, then we have also a view of regulatory perspective and TSO project, very exhaustive and interesting lists. So it brings us to the third pair of contributors, which is from Jasmina Terhul, the head of electricity section in Energy Community Secretariat, and Professor Arturas Zervas from the University of Athens. He is also a managing director of Renewables Platform. And before I ask you to continue, just to say, normally I would apologize for being a poor moderator because we will be well over time, but the organizers just told me we can do this. So we have even time after your recorded presentation for 1 or 2 questions, which is, I hope the audience will stay with us. So please, we play the presentations as they were recorded, and then we will try to address interesting topic with some questions. So Jasmina and Arturas, please, the floor is yours.
Dear participants to the Regional Coordination Conference, good afternoon from the Energy Community Secretariat in Vienna, once again today, this time from the Electricity Unit. My name is Jasmina Terhul, and I would like to thank to the organizers for inviting me to join today's discussion on the regional coordination in Southeast Europe. This topic is at the core of our work, because regional coordination and cooperation are the main tools to achieve the goals of the energy community, and those are to integrate our electricity markets, to decarbonize them, and to ensure security of supply, which is at the focus these days. How important regional cooperation and coordination are, we could unfortunately see in the last 9 months since the war in Ukraine has started, where thanks to the swift emergency synchronization of Ukraine and Moldova to the continental Europe and commercial exchanges allowed between continental Europe and the Ukraine-Moldova control bloc played a key role in keeping the stability of the Ukraine-Moldovan system. In particular, in the last couple of weeks, since actually 10th of October, since severe attacks on Ukrainian system started, we could see how important interconnectors and each and every megawatt of available capacity for trade on these interconnectors are. Establishment of they had auctions, of the daily auctions on the borders between Romania and Moldova, and emergency supply allowed to keep the lights on in Moldova. And while ENTSO-E is assessing on a daily basis the situation and giving their best to increase available capacity, we in the Energy Community Secretariat in parallel are facilitating and supporting Ukraine and Moldova to improve market mechanisms for cross-border trade, to improve capacity allocation procedures, to join ITC mechanism, to integrate also Moldova in FSCAR mechanism, to improve balancing, and also with the aim to finally integrate completely these markets with the European market. Moving now to the Western Balkans, we can see that in this year also interconnectors and available capacity played a very important role in ensuring security of supply. Because this year was very particular in the Western Balkans, with many countries having some challenges in supply of coal, and also with hydrology, which was not as good as it would be expected. And due to that, most of the countries were forced to import electricity in order to secure their supply. In the Western Balkan in total, net import was over 2,000 gigawatt hours in the first 6 months of the year. And also for the coming winter, we expect that available capacities on the interconnectors will play an important role in securing supply for the Western Balkans. For that reason, it's very important that we increase capacities. which are still not fully utilized. We have a lot of interconnectors in the Western Balkans, and the interconnection targets of 15% are several times higher in our region, but the utilization is still modest. It's somewhere between 25 and 45% according to the Secretariat's calculations and assessments, and according to the Secretariat's assessments, and we need to work together to improve this situation. As we could see from the European Union, the best way to do that is through the regionally coordinated capacity calculation, where we see an important role of regional coordination centers, and also through the market coupling. In the past years, as probably most of you know, and as we could hear today, there were many activities on the establishment of the day-ahead markets in the Western Balkan region, and also on the pilot projects for market coupling. But we were always facing a problem of let's say, lack of robust and sound legal framework, both in the energy community countries contracting parties, but also on the borders with EU member states, because clean energy package and network codes and guidelines were not applied in the energy community. However, now we are approaching 15th of December, when European Commission will table clean energy package, network codes and guidelines for the adoption in the energy community. We have started this process already last year with the baby steps made with the adoption of the Electricity Directive and Risk Preparedness Regulation for the energy community. And this year we expect a big bang, big package consisting of electricity regulation, ACER regulation, and network codes and guidelines for the market and system operation. So CACM, FCA, electricity balancing, system operation, emergency and restoration are all expected to be adopted on the 15th of December for the energy community. And this will actually open the door for our contracting parties to join European platforms on the same footing as EU member states. This package, as it is now to be proposed on the 15th of December, will allow for reciprocity, will ensure reciprocity between EU member states and contracting parties, and also for the first time ACER will actually get decision-making powers on the interconnectors between member states and contracting parties. This is very important to ensure the process and the legal stability. And also what is very important to say is that for the regional cooperation, it's very important that in our region, system operation regions, CCRs, RCCs are established in the same manner as it is in EU. And for that reason, the package defines procedures for establishment of RCC, and the system operation regions are already proposed as two system operation regions. One would be shadow Southeast European SOR, and the other one would be Eastern European SOR for Ukraine and Moldova. So we hope that if the package is now adopted, we can immediately start with the transposition and implementation, for which 1 year will be proposed. And in order not to lose time while we are waiting for the adoption, energy community is already starting some activities, and in that respect we have already launched a study for the implementation of 70% rule, which we find one of the most important elements in this new package to be adopted and implemented by our contracting parties. So by saying this, I would now stop here and thank you for your attention. And looking forward to the further discussion.
My name is
Thank you very much,
Arthur
Yasmina,
Roche.
for this view.
I'm the president of FRIEND21, the Global Renewable Energy Policy Network, and I'm also Professor Emeritus at the National Technical University of Athens. The title of my presentation is the Renewable Energy Sources Status in Southeastern Europe. As an introduction to the subject, let me present briefly some elements of the global status of renewable energy. 2021 was a year of record additions of 315 gigawatts of renewable power, the largest additions coming from solar PV and wind. We had a 17% growth with respect to 2020. The 315 gigawatt represented the 84% of net annual additions in power generated capacity. As we see from the graph, since almost a decade, more power is added every year from renewable energy than fossil fuel and nuclear together. A very large number of countries have introduced renewable power targets and/or renewable power regulatory policies. More than 3,000 gigawatts of renewable power capacity have been installed globally. The levelized cost of onshore wind and solar PV are now cheaper than fossil fuels on average, and more than 50% of climate mitigation finance is allocated to hydropower, solar PV, and wind power. During the last decade, the share of renewable energy in electricity generation increased by approximately 8%, from 24.4% to 28.3%. The distribution among the different sources has changed, though, considerably. In 2011, the 80% of renewable electricity was coming from hydro, and in 2021, the percentage has been reduced to 53%, since wind and solar PV have increased fivefold. Large amounts of renewable energy have been installed also in Southeastern Europe. Most of the renewable energy capacity, though, is concentrated in the EU member states. On the other hand, all governments of the region have adopted renewable energy targets as a result of international agreements. The region is endowed with good wind and solar resources. I would point out two important characteristics of the southeastern power sector, which will influence the development of renewable energy. The sector is heavily reliant on an aging fleet of lignite power plants, which have to be replaced during the next decade. And secondly, the hydropower plays a significant role in the region. The war in Ukraine has created a new energy situation. Security of supply has come up on the agenda of all countries with a double effect in the region. On the one hand, increase of the use of lignite, and on the other, the acceleration of the deployment of renewable energy sources. Renewable energy investments remain fragile, especially in the non-EU countries, mainly due to the lack of dedicated supporting policies. Coming to the future needs and following up the previous argument, I would first mention the need of an enabling environment with dedicated appropriate supporting policies in order to attract investment in the renewable energy sector. On the system side, the increased penetration of renewable energy calls for an increased system flexibility, as we know, and the need also for introducing system integration measures. In this respect, three areas seem to me the most important. First, the green reinforcements, given the decentralized nature of renewable energy. Storage. The presence of large shares of hydropower facilitates the use of pump storage, together, of course, with large-scale batteries, which will come into the grid in the years to come. Then, strong interconnections in order to create a well-functioning regional electricity market. I would like to end my presentation by underlining that regional cooperation is very important for the creation of well-functioning system based on renewable energy sources. Thank you.
Thank you to the panelists. Finally, we now have a voice of science and of the, I would say, regulatory political process which energy community is supporting. Being told that we have still some time, so we will continue with some discussion. Please do post us. Let me have if there are any questions from the audience. In the meantime, if there are none, I'd like to start firstly maybe with Yasmina, because considering the conference, considering the previous discussions, I think one critical point for both, for the TSOs and the regional coordination centers, is when we get the legal certainty and I would say compatible acquis throughout all of Southeast region. Now, I know you cannot read from the crystal ball, but you are actually leading the process, and I think we were all TSOs and RCCs delighted when this was initiated end of last year. So I think we are coming to some milestones. So maybe you can guide us a little bit through what could be expected in terms of time and deliveries. Yasmina, if it's okay.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Dr. Kapetanovic and the organizers, everyone. I'm very happy to have finally the opportunity also to live discuss these issues. And yes, I have seen from the other presentations that this is actually considered the burning issue and the critical point, this establishment of a legal ground for the integration of the markets and systems between European Union and energy community contracting parties. And it's good to repeat what has been already mentioned many times, actually a couple of times today, that 15th of December this year is the date when we have Ministerial Council of the Energy Community. And on that date, European Commission will propose a new package for the adoption in the energy community, actually completion of the electricity market design part of the clean energy package, which has started last year with the electricity directive and the risk preparedness regulation. And now this package will be completed with the additional documents, which are electricity regulation, which will in its annexes, this is very important for today's conference to say, also define the way how so system operation regions and RCCs will be defined also for the energy community, and also network codes and guidelines. So the whole package of market and operations guidelines and network codes, CACM, FCA, electricity balancing, system operation, and emergency and restoration will be adopted. We are hoping that they will be adopted because they will be proposed, and we hope that they will be adopted by the Ministerial Council of the Energy Community. If it happens, as we expect, then countries will have 1 year until 31st of December 2023 to transpose and implement this package. What is here important to underline for the audience, that the regime is not the same in the European Union and in the energy community. So all regulations in the energy community also have to be transposed. So both directives and regulations have to be transposed into national legislation. And so far it proved to be quite painful process in terms of time, because this is a very slow process. At least this is our experience from the past. But we hope that this time it will not be the case for a couple of reasons, because countries are already preparing themselves for a couple of years now through some projects, through Western Balkan process that we had, and also through the pilot projects for the implementation, in particular, of CACM. And many contracting parties, actually in Western Balkans, they have already partially transposed some elements of CACM, of electricity balancing guideline, then also through the participation in ENTSO-E, TSOs are already applying everything based on the SAFA agreement. And we hope that this time the process will be faster of the transposition and also of the implementation. And another reason is, so in addition to this preparatory process that is already ongoing, actually we have also this time an incentive to do that quickly, because as it was mentioned by colleague Dejan Stojčevski, these are preconditions for countries to join fully European platforms for day-ahead markets, so single day-ahead coupling, a single intraday coupling, and also European balancing platforms. And we see that as a very good incentive for countries, because we know that this is actually what they're looking for, and why many of them are participants to the energy community, so to join European markets. And also the third reason is that as coming to the decarbonization process, we have also a proposal for a CBAM regulation. And this regulation, one of a precondition for the exemption from the CBAM for our countries, one of the precondition is market coupling to happen in 2025. So we see that if countries want to be exempted from CBAM, they will have to speed up this process. And the final note, maybe really worth mentioning, is that the Energy Community Secretariat has recently conducted two big studies, one on introduction of carbon pricing, and the other one on the flexibility options for higher penetration of renewables for decarbonization. And both showed the crucial role of market integration and implementation of 70% rule, so better utilization of the interconnectors as a crucial to ensure higher penetration of renewables and let's say cost-efficient decarbonization. And this is also very important because just also on 15th of December this year, in the Ministerial Council, our countries will adopt also their 2030 targets, because so far our countries did not have 2030 targets. So now they will also set their decarbonization objectives. And this all goes hand in hand. So we hope that the process will be faster than maybe it is to be expected based on the past.
Thank you, Jasmina, for this really exhaustive, but I would say important insight what we can expect. Before moving to technology and science, maybe just a short address to Enrico. I mean, I could know the answer, but I think it would be worthwhile for you as Terna, because you are really a large country, a large TSO, you have 2 RCCs, you are in several regions and so on. What are the real benefits for capacity calculation? We TSOs experience from RCCs. Why is it so important for us, in your view?
Yeah, as highlighted in my previous presentation, RCC are proving to effectively contribute to the optimization of cross-zonal capacity and to a more efficient use of the network for the benefit of the European consumer. This is because the daily and intraday capacity calculation process implemented by RCC can capture more precisely the grid condition that will occur few hours ahead. In this way, allowing the full utilization of the transmission capacity of the grid. Let me say that in greater detail, the high frequency of the calculation that are run close to real time enable two key advantages. The first one is the increase of the daily values of cross-zonal transfer capacity as compared to the annual value that otherwise TSOs would provide to the wholesale market. And the second one is the reduction of the overall cost at the same time increase the operational security of the grid elements thanks to the exploitation of up-to-date disinformation. I think that I summarize in this way. Thank you, Tahir.
Thank you, Enrico. I would sign it myself as a TSO. Now, coming back to the real stuff, to the real practice, we are talking about capacities, we are talking about markets, but the war, which endures on our continent since almost 2/3 of year, since February, brings us to the point where we open really our eyes, all Europeans, and we know that our future is really renewable. We do not want dependencies of any gas, of anything, and I speak for my grandchildren, you know, in 20, 30 or so years from now. In the meantime, we will have gas and so on. But Professor Tsiavos, you are a renowned expert worldwide. I mean, you are beside the academic career and your position and in the current managing the current renewables platform, I think you could probably very easily tell us, is it realistic? Are our targets 2030, 2050? You think we can achieve this? I mean, Greece is also one of the forerunners in islands, in smart grids and so on. So you have a lot of experience, but is it close to reality, or what should we do maybe to achieve this reality, to achieve this renewable real speeding up?
Yeah, thanks a lot for the nice words. I would say, of course, it's feasible. The question if it is easily feasible, I would not say that it is easily feasible. We know that by as the increase of penetration of renewables as the renewables will increase in their penetration, we will have problems to face. But I think we are prepared now during this past decade to deal with these problems. Of course, it's not the same thing from one country to the other, but the problems are similar. And I would say it's not only feasible, it's necessary. I don't think we have you said it, Dr. Kapetanovich, you said it yourself. We don't have any other choice in reality. I mean, we have been saying these things, since many years, but with the war and the situation as it came out, the dependency, we don't have any other choice, especially in Europe, because, what are the sources that we have and what we can use, really, the solution is the renewables. Of course, we're going to face problems, and I think this is, and it's really in the hands of the TSO or of the TSOs is most of the issues to be resolved and most of the burden, I would say. Yeah? But on the other hand, I really believe that it is feasible, and even to go faster than what we are thinking. If you go a bit back past to ourselves, all of us, how we were thinking 5 years ago, or how we were thinking 10 years ago, you see that there's a huge difference with respect to renewables and what they can contribute. And I think this we'll see it also in the next 5 years, that we have to do more than what we are expecting to do now. Thanks.
Thank you, Professor Tsiavos. It's optimistic, quite carefully optimistic, but there is a lot to do. Since I was just told by organizers,
let me just one point. Sorry about where it's not so evident. It is evident on the electricity sector, but it's not evident on the other sector, transport and heating. Because if we talk in energy, we're talking energy in general, not only electricity. And we have the tendency, all of us, always to talk only about electricity. The other part is much more difficult than it is the electricity part. Sorry about that.
Thank you. So I'd like to give at last each of panelists 1 or 2 more minutes. So very, very briefly, Zoran, Mr. Vojasinovic, from your regulatory coordination perspective, what about the added value you see as a regulatory coordinator, as an agency for the coordination of regulators? What about the added value we get by capacity calculation now in a standardized form from RCCs. Not anymore as before, but it's going to be really now, it's the same in European Union and outside European Union. Very shortly, very briefly, please.
Yes. First of all, as you said, the alignment of methodology enables us to learn from each other, probably to learn from the best. And if these experiences and good practice overflows from the, let's say, more advanced regions to other regions, and vice versa, it's always beneficial. Also, we might like or not the 70% rule, but there's indeed the question of sufficiency of allocated capacity. Increased coordination through, let's say, extension of a key towards the energy community parties enables their further integration on the levels of CCRs, on the levels of capacity calculation methodologies. That resolves partially problem of fractioning our continental Europe common synchronous area into virtual areas, while we all know that maybe Denmark is quite independent, but Southeast Europe and the rest of the EU are very interdependent, and this would resolve many capacity calculation limitations and also the operational ones.
Thank you, Mr. Vasinovic. Appreciate it that you were very concise and comprehensive. One short point to Duško. We were talking about the process. We were talking now, we hear the benefits on the RCC services capacity calculation. It's rather of a formal nature because I know that you are performing well with the RCC. Nevertheless, the SCC is the 6th of the RCCs, and it is still, legally speaking, regional security coordinator, or in the terms of clean energy package, or clean energy package because it does not apply to that extent yet for you. Do you see any practical, technical difference in being RSC and towards not being an RCC? Very briefly as well, just very short, please.
Okay, very briefly, thank you for this question. And as you know, SCC already successfully cooperate with other RCCs on development and implementation of pan-European services. But unfortunately, for some regional RCC services, for example, such as coordinated security analysis and coordinated capacity calculation, establishment of SOR and CCR is necessary precondition for development and implementation of these services in West Balkan according to EU rules. We expect that transposition of EU regulation in energy community will enable SCC to fulfill this obligation of regional coordination center defined in clean energy package, and consequently will enable us to make transition to RCC status. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Duško. And now to conclude the panel, I turn to Ioannis. We know each other for decades, for a long time. Ioannis has a tremendous experience from TSO, from all kinds of industry in our electricity energy sector, and now being the CEO of the 6th RCC. Very simply, for the neighbors, Ioannis, we are working very closely with this ENTSO-E initiative. We try to support as much as we can as TSOs. In TSO community, we do not have the power to change the laws. And we hope from Jasmina's word it will be happening soon. What would you say, also quite briefly, what are the really, I would say, low-hanging fruits in terms of synergy with neighbors, with neighboring areas around Southeast Europe? What should be supportive to the evolution of your cooperation in this region in Southeast Europe?
Okay, I will not deny to say here that in Southeast Europe, although a lot of specificities, a lot of peculiarities, we had from decades very nice collaboration. Just from starting from the Cold War time, even from the 90s, in a very tough period for the region, we established what we called at that time the second UCT zone in just a few months. Then during the event of 2006, there was a very rapid and timely collaboration among dispatchers in order to change the AGC mode of operation from timeline control to frequency control, and we had no any repercussion to our region, and now we develop some very crucial transmission project mutually with and each other helps. Concerning the integration, to further integration, of course, we have the already connected to Turkey, but also had this, I would say, obligatory fast connection of Ukraine and Moldova. I think soon we'll have the same status that we have now with our Balkan colleagues, WB6. And of course, it's very much important that there are some plans to connections to North Africa. We have the connection now to Spain, Morocco, but there are some other connections planned, for example, Italy to Tunisia, or some more there, Greece to Egypt, Greece to Cyprus, and then to Israel. So I think this organization that we are working on, the ENTSO-E Association, is something that helps, and gradually, I think we're convinced our colleagues in North Africa, especially, that it's of our mutual benefit to start this type of collaboration with ENTSO-E territory and ENTSO-E rules and perspectives. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Yanis, for being so comprehensive and to the point, as usual, as always. Now, dear ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of this panel. We were a little bit like 15 minutes over time or so. I apologize for this, but as I said, it's not just my fault. We were awarded this time. I think it was interesting and valuable. Thank you all the 6 panelists for your patience with additional questions. And with this, I'd like to thank you again very much and give the floor to Yanis and Duško to conclude the first day of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you all. We reached the end of this conference. It was really dynamic and with a lot of interesting topics to cover. Thank you all the participants and attendees for very interesting discussions. And now I call the organizers to make the conclusions and close the event.
Okay. Thank you, Anna, for this. The first question in our poll was, what do you think about the EU targets for 2030? And it is very interesting that half of the answer is that we cannot reach them with some more effort. And the second is that we cannot reach at all of them. We will see what's happening in the future.
Okay, go to the second one. I think the second one has to do with ELENe, can you please? Okay, the second poll. Just a moment. Okay, the second poll is about what are the most important, crucial issues to achieve the energy transition. So as you see, our opinions are rather shared. I suppose that if we had the option, all of them, this could be the majority, could be voted by the majority of the people. But the financial issue, again, seems to be, as usually, very, very much important. Duško.
And last questions was to what extent this conference helped you on improving your knowledge on RCCs? We have no answers slow, and we have the moderate and very much. Again, half-half. And we are happy if this conference and contribution of all our speakers, panelists, and organizers can help to our colleagues for improving their knowledge regarding the RCC task and operation.
Do you want to conclude?
Okay, so I think we can come to the conclusions, come to the end of this conference. First of all, many, many thanks to all the speakers, the panelists, but also to the attendees that stayed with us so long. I suppose we are not so boring. Also, as a conclusion for this second part, I think it is obvious that the close collaboration is even more needed in the Southeast Europe in order to be led to a successful implementation of the tasks that we have in front of us, and this will be valid not for the EU countries, but the non-EU countries in 1.5 years, as explained previously. What I want to say is that this process has started. We are optimistic to reach the target soon. It's a long story, it's a long journey, not easy to achieve the targets, but it's really very, very challenging, and I think that everybody will contribute as much as he can.
Okay, thank you, Yanis. And if I can add that TSO in Southeast Europe have a long and successful collaboration for many decades with visible results, especially on system security. This cooperation and coordination culture in Europe are gradually strengthened and improved, of course. And at the end, to conclude today's event, that cooperation and coordination is the key for success. And now, allow me, at the end of this conference, to thank the SEleNe and SCC team for their significant contribution and excellent cooperation for the organization of this event. I have a pleasure to invite 4 beautiful ladies, Eleni, Lena, Marta, and Maya, to join us. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.